You're listening to A Heart of Hope, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 24 by Samantha Price, narrated by Andy Garcia Roos. Chapter 1. The morning after Hope's wedding, everyone in the Baker-Bruner household woke up to a loud banging noise. Then Wilma's shrill voice started. "Wake up, everyone! We're having an early start. Come to the kitchen now." Cherish sat up in bed yawning. How could her mother exist on such little sleep? The sun was barely up, and last night Mom had gone to bed after her. Then all was quiet again. If only she could fall back into her bed under the warm covers. That wouldn't do. Mom was in a cleaning mood and would probably burst into her room and yell at her. Cherish tried her best to ignore the bitterly cold winter morning as she sprang out of bed and exchanged her nightdress for her day clothes. There was little time to braid her hair, so she tied 2 ponytails and fastened them on her head. Her mother wouldn't approve of such untidiness, but it was hidden under her cap, so her mother would never see. When Cherish heard footsteps on the stairs, she knew it was Favor. Favor was always quick to get ready. Cherish didn't want to be last, so she opened her door and headed out. When she got to the kitchen, though, she saw she was still the last one to arrive. Sigh. Debbie was there with the baby, sitting at the breakfast table. Even Levi was there, and he normally slept in. "Did you wake the baby, Mom? That noise was loud." Cherish sat down next to Favor. "He's been awake for a while," Debbie said. "He did get frightened by the noise, but he didn't cry. I banged a wooden spoon on a saucepan to get you all to wake up." Mom laughed as she stood over the oven stirring scrambled eggs. Favor yawned loudly and covered her mouth at the end. "Keeping you awake, are we?" Levi asked her with a smile to soften his words. "It's way too early. It's still dark outside. Couldn't we have slept longer?" Favor asked. "No. You know there's always a big cleanup after a wedding. This is what we did after Joy's wedding, too, so it's hardly a surprise." Levi told Favor, "I heard your mother tell you that it would be an early start today for the cleaning. She shouldn't have had to wake you up." Favor just looked away. Wilma said, "Not only do we have to clean this place from top to bottom, we've got to clean the living room in a hurry, because Debbie's parents are coming." "I'm so sorry about that," Debbie said. "They didn't even ask. They just told me they'd be here." Levi said, "That's my brother for you. He never thinks things through, never gives a thought to the plight of others. I shouldn't say so, but I do." "I'm so sorry," Debbie said again. "Don't apologize, Debbie. There's no need. You're not responsible for them." Levi picked up his coffee and had a mouthful. "Dot, it's not that bad. They're only coming here to talk with Debbie," Bliss said. "It's not putting anyone out. Maybe a little bit, but we can cope. They haven't seen much of the baby." Levi smiled at his daughter. "You always see the good in people." Bliss smiled back. "I learned that from you, Dot." Levi raised his eyebrows. "Thanks for reminding me. I guess it's not so bad having them here. It'll only be one day." "Yeah, the one day when we're trying to get things back to normal," Mom snapped. "It's going to be strange without Hope here," Favor said. "She'll never be living with us ever again. She's abandoned us." Mom took the eggs off the stove and got the plates ready. "She'll be here soon. She's coming to help clean, and I told her to make sure she's early. It was her wedding, after all." "We know that, but she won't be here every day like she was before." Cherish put her elbows on the table. "I hate change." "You shouldn't say hate," Bliss told her. "That's how I feel," Cherish said. "Just don't say it." Wilma placed a large plate of buttered toast in the middle of the table, and then she served up Debbie's scrambled eggs and Levi's before she served Favor, Bliss, and Cherish. Then, lastly, Wilma sat down to her own plate of eggs. "Everyone's so quiet today," Mom said. Cherish was quick to tell her why. "We're still half asleep. It's way too early, especially after we had such a late night." "Don't be lazy," Mom told Cherish. It's okay for you. Old people don't need as much sleep as young people. Mom shook her fork at her. I keep telling you I'm not old. I'm middle-aged. Cherish took up her knife and fork. Same thing. Just eat, Cherish, Mom groused. Cherish looked down at her food. She wasn't even hungry. Mom didn't even mix the eggs properly when she scrambled them. The white marbled streaks running through the scramble was most unappealing. Cherish liked the scramble to be one color. Then she looked up to see if anyone else might be thinking the same thing. That's when she saw Levi was the only one with coffee. She could do with a coffee right now. Who else wants coffee? I do, said Favor. Bliss looked up. I'll have some if you're making it. Cherish got to her feet and was pleased when she saw the carafe was already filled with coffee. Ada should be here soon, Mom said. We need a lot of help today to get this house back to normal. Favor sniggered. Normal? This place will never be normal. Mom glared at her. What do you mean by that? Favor sat straighter in her chair. Nothing, Mom. It was meant to be a joke. It wasn't funny. I know that now. Favor hung her head and pushed the egg around her plate with her fork. Mom wasn't about to let Favor's comment slide. You know I keep a clean and tidy house, and just because we have one less person to help doesn't mean we're going to let our standards slip. Then they all heard a horse and buggy. Cherish got up and raced to the window. It's Ada, and Matthew is driving her. I just told you they were coming. Did you expect someone else? Mom asked. No, I was just telling you who it was. Cherish sat back down. They're so early. It's not that early, Cherish, Levi said. Many people are working by this time. A few minutes later, Ada and her house guest and nephew, Matthew, were sitting at the long table, waiting until everyone had finished breakfast. Cherish made Ada a cup of hot tea to keep her happy. Today, she was determined to stay on Ada's good side. Then Cherish got Matthew a cup of coffee. Just as Cherish sat down, Hope burst through the back door. Everyone looked up at Hope. There was something different about her. She was smiling widely, and her eyebrows were raised as though she was delighted about something. I have the most wunderbar news. I don't even know where to start. I have so many things to tell you. Oh, cafe. Can I have some? Hope asked. Of course, I'll get it. Cherish jumped up, wondering what news Hope could have. She was already married, and she was acting just as excited as when Fairfax had proposed. Hope sat between her mother and Levi, and then Cherish placed a cup of coffee in front of her. Hope took a mouthful. You won't believe this. Fairfax got the job as manager, and we're moving into the big house soon. Can you believe it? Favor clapped her hands, which annoyed Cherish. Why did she have to do that whenever she was pleased about something? Hope continued. We're having dinner with his parents tonight before they go home. And then Fairfax had another surprise. You'll never guess. He's hired a car, and we're going to see Mercy in honor. We're leaving early tomorrow morning. You'll see where I live, Matthew said. Oh, I'm so jealous, Favor said. Can I go with them, Mom? No, of course not. This is the time for Fairfax and Hope to get to know each other. They already know each other. Please, can I go? No, absolutely not, and I don't want to hear another word about it. Mom turned to Hope. I'm so excited for you. Fairfax kept this quiet from all of us. We had no idea. You'll have a wunderbar time up there with them. Yes, a wunderbar time, Ada echoed. I know, I can't wait. Hope turned to Favor. I'm sorry, Favor. It's just going to be the two of us going. If we go up again, we will take you. Ada glared at Favor. Don't cast a shadow on Hope's happiness. Favor's lips turned down at the corners. I wasn't casting shadows. Ada smiled at Hope. We're greatly happy for you. You haven't seen your sisters for years. I know, and none of us have seen their babies. Hope looked around. Where is Samuel today? He's coming here soon with Debbie's parents. They're spending the day with Debbie and Jared. Matthew brought me here. Matthew looked up from his cup of coffee. Yes, I did. Favor giggled. Your first good deed for the day, Matthew? He gave an embarrassed chuckle. I don't see that as a good deed. I just did it because it needed doing. Wilma sighed. Debbie said her parents didn't ask if they could spend the day here. They just said that's what they're doing. Ada added, and we had the job of cleaning up the whole house. I guess we'll have to clean up around them. Wait, that's not the only surprise I've got, Hope told them. Fairfax's parents bought us a house full of furniture. Mom gasped. They did? Levi stopped eating and raised his eyebrows. What did you do with the old furniture? Ada asked. I don't know. It was gone when I got to the cottage, and I didn't think to ask. I have no idea what Fairfax did with it. Wilma leaned over and hugged Hope. I'm pleased to see you so happy, and you should be happy. Cherish asked, What did you and Levi give Hope and Fairfax, Mom? Levi and I gave them some money so they could do what they wanted with it. A little something to help them on their way. Oh, it wasn't little, Mom. Hope hugged her mother. We do appreciate it. It'll help out with the traveling costs. How much was it? Cherish asked. Everyone stared at Cherish. Ada was the first to speak. That's not an appropriate question to ask. It's quite rude. Even I know that, Favor commented. Cherish shrugged her shoulders. It was just a question. No one had to answer it. And I won't be answering it. It's between Hope, Fairfax, and me and Levi. Mom gave a nod. Cherish didn't know what the fuss was about. If they'd given Hope and Fairfax a present, then everyone would know what it was. Sorry. Mom glared at Cherish. You spend a lot of time apologizing. Don't pay her any mind. It'll take away from Hope's astounding news. Ada picked up her cup of hot tea and took a sip. Cherish thought she should say something nice. I'm happy for you, Hope. I'd love to see Mercy and Honor. Favor pouted. I don't see why I can't go. Ada stood up and clapped her hands. Okay, everyone should finish up your breakfast and get to work now. Where do you want me to start? Matthew asked. Finish your coffee and then Levi can give you a job, Wilma suggested. Cherish walked over and uncovered Timmy and Tommy's cage. Even with all the noise, they were still asleep, huddled together with their heads tucked in their feathers. It was so cute to see. Then they slowly opened their eyes and started moving. While Mom and Ada worked out what to do with all the leftover food, the girls were sent to the living room. Hope helped Levi and Matthew move the couches back into place in front of the fire. Then they started moving some of the benches out of the house. When they were halfway through the task, the wagon arrived to transport the benches and tables that had been used for the wedding. Chapter 2. It was around 9 when Samuel brought Debbie's parents to the Bruner home. Wilma headed to the door, trying not to be annoyed that they were intruding. Yes, it was Levi's brother and his wife, but the way they treated Debbie, they might as well be strangers. At least, then she'd find it easier to forgive them. Wilma took a quick glance back at the living room to make sure it was tidy. Then she noticed it. Why hadn't she ever noticed it before? This wouldn't do. Wilma hurried over to get a closer look at Levi's chair. All the leather-look fabric was peeling away. It looked terrible. It would have to be replaced. She grabbed the crocheted blanket from the back of the couch and threw it over the offensive chair. On hearing footsteps on the porch, she hurried to the door. Wilma fixed a smile on her face and opened the door to Debbie's parents. Hello again, Peter and Pamela. Welcome. Come in. Thank you, Wilma. I hope you don't mind us coming, but we do go home tomorrow. That's fine. You sit down here in front of the fire, and I'll go upstairs and find Debbie. I'll take your coat. They took their coats off and handed them to Wilma, and then they walked over and sat where Wilma had directed them. As Wilma hung the coats up on the hooks behind the front door, she felt awful that people were seeing her house in such a frightful mess. What would Debbie's parents think of her? Wilma then told herself that they were intruding, so she cared a little less. Debbie had eloped, so her parents never had to worry about a wedding, so they wouldn't know the havoc it creates. As Matthew, Levi, and Samuel disappeared out the front door, Wilma headed upstairs and knocked on Debbie's door quietly so she wouldn't wake the baby. "Debbie?" she whispered. Debbie opened the door with Jared in her arms. "I'm coming. I saw them arrive." Wilma breathed out heavily. "Will he be down soon?" "Yes, I've just fed him." "Is he going to sleep again?" "He'll be awake for a while. I suppose they'll want to see him. When he goes down for a nap again, they'll probably leave." "I don't think so. Take your time with them. I'll have Favor and Cherish get you and them some tea and coffee, and something to eat. Oh, and don't sit in Levi's chair. I've just noticed that it's falling apart. I've covered it with a blanket." "Thanks, Wilma." Debbie followed Wilma down the stairs. Seeing her parents should have been a happy occasion, and the most natural thing in the world. Sadly, it wasn't like that at all. She'd never connected with them or felt close with them, and now the gulf had widened even further. If only she'd come into this world being Levi's daughter, or even Wilma's daughter, her life would have been very different. When she walked over to them, they stood. Her father smiled when he saw Jared, and her mother put her arms out for him. Reluctantly, Debbie handed him over. Then they all sat down. "He's a fine boy," her father said, smiling down at him. "Yes, he is," Debbie agreed. Her mother could barely take her eyes from Jared. "He looks exactly like you did when you were a baby, Debbie." "Does he?" "Very much so." Debbie was pleased about that. That meant Jared didn't look like the Bontraegers, his father's side. Her mother studied Jared some more. "He's got your dark hair. His eyes are dark blue, but so were yours when you were this age. They might turn hazel like yours." "How have you been?" her father asked. "Good. Everyone is looking after me really well." He rubbed his dark beard. "What is your plan for the future?" "I'm just taking it day by day." Her mother put the baby against her shoulder and patted his back. "Your father and I discussed your tea-making idea, and we still don't understand what you're trying to do." Debbie smiled, not letting them get her down. "It's not hard to understand. I'm making tea." "Tea leaves to sell so other people can make their own tea?" he asked. "Yes, I'm going to make tea blends. I've been experimenting." Debbie's father frowned. "You can experiment all you like, but the big question is, what kind of person would buy such a thing? And where would you sell them?" her mother asked. With every word, the little confidence Debbie had was shrinking. She'd had this discussion with them when she saw them at Ada's place a couple of days ago. "I'm hoping someone will buy them, and I'll find places to sell them. Time will tell, and if it doesn't work, I'll try something else." Her father turned to her mother. "We have a trier for a daughter." "You need to have a better plan. Find a nice man and get married." Debbie had known it would only be a matter of time before the conversation came around to marriage. "I was married." Her mother took over the conversation. "We know that, but he's not around to care for you. An older man would be ideal, and a widower would be even better, as I already told you. Some of these younger men don't know what they want. They just look for the pretty girls." Debbie sighed at her mother's words. Now she wasn't just a failure, she was ugly too. It was better to stick to talking about tea. Sometime later, Favor came out with a large tray of tea and coffee and set it down on the low table in front of them. "I have tea and coffee." Cherish appeared with a plate of cookies and some cupcakes. "The cupcakes are left over from the wedding. I don't know why they're left over, because they're so yummy." "Thank you," Debbie said. "Do you want me to pour it?" Favor asked. "Thanks, but I can do it," Debbie said. Cherish couldn't stop thinking about the cupcakes. The plate she had just put down for their guests was the last of them. She should have secretly set one aside for herself. Poor Debbie didn't seem to be having a good time. As soon as Favor and Cherish walked back into the kitchen, Mom whispered, "What's going on out there?" "Nothing. Debbie's mother is holding Jared. They're just talking, but it's pretty unpleasant. Scary almost." "Scary?" Wilma asked. Cherish nodded. "Yes." Wilma turned to Favor. "What do you think?" "I don't agree. It's tense, not scary." Cherish whispered. Yes, tense. That's the word I was thinking of. I don't think Debbie wants to be there. She looks like she's going to cry. Ada bumped Wilma with her shoulder. Wilma, maybe you should go out there and see what's going on. Mom bit her lip. I was thinking of that. Do you really think I should? Yes, Ada said. I blame myself. I shouldn't have had them stay with me. If I hadn't, they wouldn't think they could come and spend the day over here. Mom shook her head. I don't think that would have stopped them. Maybe they'll help with the work when they see how much there is to do, Bliss commented. No, Bliss, I already told you they wouldn't. They said they're spending the day with Debbie. We're in for a very long day, Mom whispered, in more ways than one. Go on out there, Mom, Cherish urged. I couldn't. Mom held her stomach. Do you want me to go out there? Ada asked. Mom's eyebrows rose. Do you mind? Not at all. I'll do it. Ada quickly left the kitchen, and everyone moved over to the door and saw that Debbie wasn't there. Ada sat down with Debbie's parents, Peter and Pamela. How's it all going? Good, Ada. We're just talking with Debbie. We were until she had to go up and see to Jared. She's changing his diaper, Peter said. Ah, good. We do want her to come home with us, but she won't hear of it, Pamela whined. Peter moved slightly on the couch. I am hoping she'll see the sense in living with John's parents, because they live close, and their grandparents, too. They've lost John, so they should have the chance to raise Jared. We hope Debbie sees that's her obligation. Debbie's raising Jared, Ada pointed out, and she'll do a fine job. I don't think that's her obligation at all. Her obligation is to make the best life for Jared, nothing more. Ada wondered if she'd spoken too harshly because Peter and Pamela were staring at her with their mouths open. Pamela finally spoke. What Peter meant is that they'll be there to help Debbie raise Jared. Yes, that's what I meant. He nodded profusely. Ada didn't want to be near them. She was worried that she'd say more and offend them. Why weren't they more supportive of their only child? Debbie had done nothing wrong. Ada was counting down the hours. She searched for something to say, something that wasn't about Debbie. She knew from her life experience that people as old as Pamela and Peter would never change their ways, and that's why they were beyond reasoning with. Ada's gaze dropped to the empty plates on the low table between them. Would you like anything else to eat or to drink? No, we're fine, Peter said. We've only just finished this. Ada had nothing left to say, so she stood up. I'll just go back and help with the cleanup. When we're done in the kitchen, we'll have to start in here. Don't mind us, we'll be fine, Pamela said. Ada headed back to the kitchen just as Debbie came back down the stairs. That didn't go too well, Wilma whispered to Ada once she was back in the kitchen. There was nothing else I could do. They don't seem to know that they're in the way. I threw out a hint, but they didn't take it. Just tell them, Favor whispered. Nay, that would be rude, Mom said. They think Debbie should live with John's folks. Wilma nodded. We heard every word. Poor Debbie. We'll just forget they're here and work around them. Anyone else hungry? Wilma looked around at the girls. Yeah, me. Cherish raised her hand. You're always hungry. You shouldn't have asked. Anyway, it is time for lunch. Matthew, Levi, and Samuel will be coming back soon and expecting to be fed. Mom rolled her eyes. I was asking everyone, not only you, Cherish. I could do with something, Ada said. Me too, Favor agreed. Ada and Mom set about making sandwiches from the leftover meat. When they were in the middle of eating, someone knocked on the front door. Get that, Cherish, would you? Cherish dusted off her hands and got to her feet. She was still chewing a mouthful when she got to the door. Cherish opened the door and was surprised. No, she was stunned to see the young man she'd mistaken for Malachi at the wedding. She quickly swallowed the food in her mouth. He looked so much more handsome than he had yesterday. Now she was very aware of the old dress she wore and the dirt on her apron. Also, her cap was probably lumpy from the quick way she'd handled her hair this morning. If only she'd known he was coming. Chapter 3. "Remember me?" he asked. When Cherish just continued to stare at the young man without saying a word, he said, "What if I do this?" He turned around and then looked back over his shoulder. "Maybe you'll remember me from behind." Cherish covered her mouth and laughed, recalling that at the wedding she had come up behind him and put her hands over his eyes and asked him to guess who she was. When he had turned around, she'd been faced with a complete stranger. "I do remember you. And you truly do look so much like someone I know." Cherish wondered what he was doing there. "Did you forget something yesterday?" He took a step closer, smiling all the while. "Yes, I forgot to ask your name." Cherish's throat constricted, and she felt like she couldn't breathe. Had he come back just to see her? What would she do? What should she say? Nothing like this had ever happened to her. She felt she might pass out right there in front of him and fall at his feet like a sack of potatoes. "How did you know I live here?" "I asked someone yesterday." He was handsome, mysterious, and seemed like loads of fun. Cherish's heart pumped hard against her ribs, and then and there he became the #1 man on her list of potential husbands. She'd had attention from men before, but no one had ever gone to the trouble to ask about her. "If you ask someone about me, then you must know my name already." Ada came bustling through the doorway. "Simon!" "And Ada." Cherish's face screwed up. He was Ada's nephew? How disappointing. No, it was devastating. She could never have anything to do with a relative of Ada's. If Simon and she married, then their children would be related to Ada. No, it couldn't happen. She mentally struck him off her newly formed list of potential husbands. "Cherish, this is the son of a very good friend of mine." A glimmer of hope ran through Cherish's body, like the sun breaking through the clouds on a rainy day. "Oh, so he's not your real nephew? You're not actually related?" "No, we're not relatives. He's just always called me Aunt Ada." "So you're not related in any kind of way at all?" Cherish had to make doubly sure. Simon laughed. "Not in any way." Then he said to Ada, "Maybe I'm too old to call you Aunt Ada now. I should call you Ada." "Nonsense. Call me whatever you want." "What are you doing here?" Ada asked him. "I've got a spare day. I'm not doing much. I stopped by your house to visit, and I read the note that you were over here. I thought I'd offer a hand, seeing I'm not doing anything for the next couple of days." "Oh, what a good soul you are." Ada looped her arm through his and led him past Cherish. "We'll have to feed you first. Come along, Cherish," Ada called out over her shoulder. Ada then briefly introduced him to the people in the living room. Cherish closed the door and followed Ada and Simon to the kitchen, giving Debbie and her parents a sidelong glance. There wasn't much talking going on. They were all sitting there, looking around, and not one of them looked happy. Ada then introduced Simon to everyone in the kitchen and had Cherish and Favor make more tea and coffee while Ada and Simon sat down. "Ada, why did you leave a note? Who was it for?" Cherish asked. "I always leave a note when I'm not home, telling the visitor where I am. That's something I've always done." Favor whispered to Cherish, "At this rate, we'll never get any cleaning done today." "Suits me. We've already done a lot," Cherish whispered back, causing Favor to giggle. Then Timmy started chirping and saying something that sounded like hello. Cherish noticed Simon got off his chair and was looking closely at the birds. "You take over," Cherish told Favor. Then she hurried over to Simon. "Do you like birds?" "I haven't had much to do with them. Did one of them say hello just now?" Cherish smiled and felt proud of Timmy. "That was Timmy, the blue one. He's trying. He was my aunt's bird, and every day she'd try to teach him to talk. But he never did until he came to live here. He's just starting to talk now. It's slow progress." "And how does your aunt feel about failing to teach him to talk?" "I'm sure she doesn't mind. She died. That's why I've got Timmy now." He straightened up. "Oh, I'm sorry." "It's okay. I'm kind of used to her being gone now. Aunt Dagmar died a few years ago. She was my favorite person in the world, and I was her favorite person." He laughed. Is that so? It is. Everyone knew it. She was never married. I was the closest family she had. Tommy edged over closer to Timmy. That one is Tommy. We've only had him for a little while. Not that long, I suppose. Only a few weeks. But they get along great. They're best friends now. I guess 2 birds are better than 1. Exactly. Cherish, aren't you helping Favor? Ada called out. Cherish was annoyed with Ada for interrupting her conversation with Simon. He was so easy to talk with, and she wasn't even nervous when she was talking about Timmy. Cherish turned around. I was just introducing Simon to Timmy and Tommy. I suppose you told Simon that I let Timmy out, did you? No, I didn't. Why did you let him out? Simon asked. I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. A dreadful accident. Mom took over the telling of the tale. The short story of it all is that yes, the bird got out, and Cherish ended up with an extra bird, after which we found Timmy. Well, Debbie found Timmy in the orchard and brought him back. Ada said, Cherish always gets everything she wants. There, if you want to know about Cherish, that sums her up. Simon laughed. Is that true? He asked Cherish. Now Cherish was embarrassed. Ada was trying to make a fool of her. Cherish shook her head and then headed back to help Favor. Her lovely moment with Simon was ruined, and now he probably thought she was just a silly young teenager who got tongue-tied and awkward. Come and sit down with us, Simon. Cherish, you do what you were told before. Once Simon sat down again, Ada explained to him, The people you just met in the living room are Debbie and her parents. Who's Debbie? Simon asked. She's a new member of Wilma's family, an adopted member, even though she's an adult. She's a young widow and she's just had a baby. Oh. He looked down at the table. Cherish could only imagine all the questions racing around in his head. She wasn't about to answer them for him. She wouldn't talk to him again in front of everyone. They'd only embarrass her. Ada continued, Debbie's parents are staying with me, but they're going home tomorrow. Come to think of it, why aren't you staying with me, Simon? I'm not sure. I'm staying with Cliff and Irene Hirschberger. My mother mentioned I was coming here, and they offered for me to stay with them. Oh, well, next time you visit, be sure to stay with me. We've got plenty of spare bedrooms. Wilma stood up. I'll see if Debbie or her parents want anything. How are you coming along with the tea and coffee? Wilma looked directly at Cherish in Favor. Nearly there. Make another tray and bring it to the living room as soon as you can. I'll sit with Debbie's parents for a while. Yes, Mom, Favor said. But didn't they say they didn't want any more? Yes, but we'll take them out a little something anyway. Bliss had been quiet up until now, but she seemed to brighten up a little with Simon's visit. What do you do for work, Simon? We had a dairy farm, and now we've switched to sheep. I live on the farm with my folks. That's a big change, going from cows to sheep, isn't it? It is. I prefer it. We recently moved when my father got a good offer for the farm, and he decided the land at the new place was more suited to sheep. Or maybe he wanted to change. When he was growing up, they had both sheep and dairy cows. Cherish didn't want to be left out. When she put the tea items on the table, she asked, How long have you known Ada? Even though she'd asked Simon, Ada answered before he had a chance. I've known Simon since he was a little boy. He lived close to where Samuel's parents lived. And Uncle Samuel and my father were great friends. Still are, I suppose, but they haven't seen each other for some time. I didn't know that, Cherish said. Ada stared at her. How could you know? This young man hasn't cared to visit us for years. Simon chuckled. I'll try to do something about that. Maybe I could come around more often. If I were you, I'd check with your parents about that. They only have one son, and I'm sure they need your help on the farm, Ada told him. Cherish desperately wanted Ada to hush so she could talk with Simon some more. Ada looked over at the clock. It's 12. Samuel and Levi said they'd be coming back here at 12. They took Matthew with them to help unload the benches from the wagon. One of the men was borrowing the wagon, or they could have left the benches on until Sunday. It's not like them to be late. They heard something, and then Favor looked out the kitchen window. Here they are, coming up the driveway. Good. Now maybe you can help them do some work, Simon. I'm sure you'd much rather do that than be here in the kitchen with us women. Simon smiled. I guess so. Cherish was annoyed with Ada. Of course he'd rather stay in the kitchen. Nay, Wilma said. We have to feed them first. The men will be hungry. I've already made them sandwiches. They can eat in the barn. They won't mind. We've got too much to do, and with the living room occupied. I'll take the sandwiches out to them, Favor volunteered. I'd be happy to help out wherever I can. Simon took a mouthful of coffee. Can I take my coffee outside with me? Wilma smiled at him. Of course you can. Cherish wasn't going to miss an opportunity to spend more time with Simon. I'll make more coffee and bring it out to them. Have they really been helping with the benches? Favor asked. I hope they haven't gone to buy another horse without Mom knowing. The girls laughed. Cherish said, Maybe it's Samuel who bought a horse this time without you knowing, Ada. Ada gasped. He better not have done such a thing. I keep strict control of the budget these days, so I need to be consulted. Simon laughed. I'll go out and ask, shall I? Ada said, Yes, and if either of them have bought another horse, tell them they can take it straight back. Cherish was upset when Simon walked out of the house. He'd come to talk with her, and now he was being put to work. He had come to see her, hadn't he? Yes, she affirmed when she remembered he'd said he'd asked someone about her. Why else would he ask someone about her unless he was interested in getting to know her better? So, what do you girls think about Simon? What about you, Bliss? Ada inquired. Cherish was horrified and whipped her head around to see what Bliss would say. He's lovely. He seems very kind and a little bit humorous. He's okay. Cherish took the tea kettle off the stove and poured the water into the coffee plunger. She looked up when she finished to see Ada staring at her. What? Cherish asked, not wanting anything she said to backfire on her. Clean out your ears. I said, what do you think of Simon? Ada snapped just as Favor walked back into the kitchen. Good, Cherish answered. I just said he's okay. He's good. Ada's face soured. Is that it? Good is good. It's much better than bad. The opposite to bad, in fact. Ada shook her head. I was hoping one of you might like him. He's single, you know. We kind of guessed that, Bliss said. He lives with his parents on a farm. He didn't say, my wife and I live with my parents. At least you were listening, Ada said. That's a robust improvement, so I'm guessing he made some kind of impression on you girls. And good for Cherish is probably excellent for anyone else. Bliss smiled. I'm not interested in any man. Adam is the only one for me. We know that, Bliss. She wasn't talking to you. Well, Simon's nice enough, but he's too good-looking for me, Favor said. Too good-looking? Cherish asked. How is that a thing? It is a thing. I don't like handsome men. I like them a bit more roughed-up looking. Ada put her hand to her head. Your poor mother. What's this? Wilma asked as she walked back into the room. I was feeling sorry for you because Favor thinks Simon is too handsome and she prefers someone who doesn't look as good. I was hoping to get my matchmaking skills in order, but it seems your girls are hopeless. Cherish didn't want Simon to think she didn't like him. What if Ada opened her big mouth? Then a thought occurred to her. What if Ada tried to match Simon with Favor or someone else? Cherish decided the best action was to keep quiet, hope, and pray for the best. Okay, Wilma clapped her hands together. The break is over. Now we have to get to work and start cleaning. Cherish, you wash and wipe up. Favor, you'll do the bathroom. And Bliss, come with me and Ada. You can carry the trash can outside with us while we throw things out. While Favor complained about getting the very worst job, Cherish quickly set about clearing the cups from the table. There was no way she was going to swap jobs with Favor. Chapter 4. It was a whole 4 hours before Cherish saw Simon again. She looked out the window to see him sweeping the walkway into the barn. She wasted no time going out to talk with him. Simon looked up and smiled when he saw her approaching. I'm sorry my family has made you work. Don't be. I love keeping busy, and as I said, I didn't have anything else to do today. He stopped sweeping and leaned on the broom. Anything would be better than cleaning. I'd love to have a day where I didn't have to do anything. Simon swiped a hand through the air. Nah, you'd get bored if you did nothing. That's the thing. I love to be bored. He laughed. I'm sure you don't mean it. I actually do. I like taking a blanket into the orchard where I can be alone, rolling it out and then lying on it and just looking up at the sky. How often do you get to do that? He asked. She shrugged her shoulders. Never. I just like to think about doing it. He laughed again. You're kidding me. The way you said it, I thought it was your favorite thing to do. It would be if they didn't give me so many chores. It's not easy living on an orchard. There's always something to do in every single season. In winter it slows up, but the work doesn't stop. Try living on a farm. But hey, I'm not complaining. It was nice of you to help out today. No one else in the community is over here helping, except for Ada. Even Hope didn't stay long, and it was her wedding. Hope and Fairfax are leaving tomorrow, though, so they probably had to pack. Where are they headed? They're visiting my 2 older sisters and their families. They live in Connecticut somewhere. River's Bend, I think the name of the place is. I've never been there. None of us has. Only my mother and Samuel and Ada. I'm here for another couple of days. Do you think we could spend some time together before I leave? Cherish felt a huge knot in her throat. She didn't want to seem too excited. Maybe. Good. If you could manage some time off, maybe we could go out tomorrow afternoon. What do you think? All Cherish could do was nod. I think I can get some time off. We could go for a drive, go for a walk, or whatever you want. I'll see you at around 12. Maybe we could get a bite to eat from somewhere. I'd like that. Then they were interrupted by Matthew, who had the very worst timing in the world. Hey, Simon, they need us around the back of the house to move some manure. Cherish couldn't help giggling. Okay, I'm right behind you. Simon gave Matthew a big smile before he exchanged his broom for a shovel and followed Matthew around the back of the house. Suddenly, Cherish had a lot more energy. She skipped toward the house like she was 6 years old. Was she going to have her first real date tomorrow? Should she tell the others? She couldn't tell her mother or Ada, but what would she do when Simon showed up tomorrow? Perhaps she'd have to tell Mom. Undoubtedly, Ada would find out because Mom told her absolutely everything. But that couldn't be helped. At least she'd get some time alone with Simon. Then she'd be able to figure out if she liked him or not. He seemed wonderful, but from what Debbie had said, John seemed wonderful too, at the start. Cherish decided then and there to take a while to get to know Simon, just in case he had hidden bad traits lurking beneath the surface. Wilma wasn't wrong about Debbie's parents. They stayed all day and didn't offer to help with anything. When it was 5 o'clock, Ada suggested Debbie's parents go back to her place, where they were staying, and she'd cook them a meal. They said goodbye to everyone and left with Samuel. Ada traveled with Matthew in their other buggy. Simon had left about 10 minutes before them, but not before quietly reminding Cherish about their date. Thankfully, no one overheard. Debbie went upstairs to put Jared down for a nap, and after a while, Wilma knocked softly on her door. "Come in," Debbie said. Wilma opened the door and saw Jared in the crib. "He's asleep?" "Finally. He had a long day." "So did you. Can we talk?" "Sure. We can talk in here if you want. He won't wake up. He's a solid sleeper once he goes to sleep." "How was it with your parents?" They both sat on Debbie's bed. "They didn't even ask me to go home with them. Not outright. They're more interested in me doing what John's parents want, and that's for me and Jared to live with them." "It must be easier now that you've spoken to your parents rather than just writing to them." "I guess so. It's pretty disappointing, though. I've always felt that way about them. I don't think I set my expectations too high. Not when I look at how other families are. Anyway, I'm sorry they stayed all day, and I'm sorry I couldn't do much with them here." "That's perfectly fine. We had enough helpers. And we even had a surprise helper with Simon here for most of the day." I can't help feeling hurt, and I don't want to feel that way. Should I just block them out of my mind? I don't know the answer, but it does help to block things from your mind when it hurts too much. I'm no expert on these matters, though, so don't listen to me. You had to block Carter out of your mind. Wilma looked away. I did. He wasn't Carter to me. I named him something very different. Anyway, he's all grown up now, and I'm sorry to say I don't feel the connection between the baby and the man. The two seem so different. It's a very weird feeling. People expect me to feel a certain way, or to react a certain way. But I can only be myself and act how I feel. I understand that. The people who judge others are people who haven't had the hardships of life. Those who have faced hardships often have soft hearts, hearts of compassion for others. Debbie nodded. I think people have to harden their hearts to survive sometimes. It's very true. Wait a moment. Is that what you think I've done with Carter? Debbie suddenly hugged Wilma. I didn't mean that. And then Wilma put her arms around Debbie. I don't know what I would have done without you and Uncle Levi. Where would Jared and I have ended up? I was lost. God puts us all where we need to be at the right time. I'm going to go downstairs and see how the girls are getting along with the evening meal. If I'm not watching over them, we'd probably end up eating at midnight. Can you stay for a moment longer? Of course. I have mixed feelings. I'm a little sad to see them go. They are my parents. It was awkward having them here for so long. We ran out of things to say, and half the time we just sat there. When I had to take Jared upstairs to feed him, I deliberately took twice as long because it was so awkward sitting with them. I know. I could see it written all over your face. I didn't know what to do to help you. Debbie exhaled quickly. There was nothing anyone could do. Are they coming to say goodbye tomorrow before they leave? No, they're leaving in the early hours of the morning. They seem to think that I'm going to go back and live with John's parents. I'm not sure why. That makes me nervous. John's father is very persuasive. That's how he's done so well with his business. Are you afraid he'll talk you into it? Debbie nodded. A little. Or maybe make me feel guilty that John has died and they won't see their grandson grow up. The only person you have to think about now is Jared. And yourself, of course. And for you to be the best mother you can be, you should be living where you'll be happy. That is here. Debbie smiled. Thanks. I am happy here. You've all been so welcoming. I feel like part of the family. That's because you are part of the family. Jared started to make noises. They both looked over at him. He does that sometimes, Debbie said. He'll go back to sleep. I'll come down in a minute and help with the meal. No need. It's all done. You just come down when you're good and ready. Thanks, Aunt Wilma. Wilma walked out and left her alone. Jared then started to cry louder. Debbie picked him up and saw he needed another diaper change. Once she changed it, she walked him around the room, patting his back to calm him. He normally didn't cry this much. Perhaps he was picking up on her stress over the day she'd just had with her parents. Then she started to think about John's parents. They said they were coming here shortly after the wedding, but they didn't say exactly when. Would she be strong enough to resist their demands that she move in with them? She had to stay firm. She couldn't remember anyone saying no to John's father. John couldn't stand up to him, and neither could her parents. What chance did she have? After a few louder cries from Jared, Wilma knocked on the door. Shall I take him for a while? Please, he's sensing that I'm upset. Or maybe he's not ready to go to sleep yet. Wilma took the baby from Debbie. You go out and I'll come down when he's asleep. Debbie headed downstairs. Wilma was just like a grandmother to her child, and the girls were like his aunts or her cousins. This was all the family she and Jared needed. Chapter 5. The next morning, Ada and Matthew came over again. There was still work to be done. The men stayed outside with Levi, and Ada found a teary Wilma sitting in the kitchen, holding Jared. What's wrong? Ada asked. It's just that Hope and Fairfax have already left. She told me yesterday that the car was coming so early she wouldn't be able to say goodbye today. We said goodbye yesterday. What's the problem then? I was just thinking about it. She's gone. She won't be living back here in the house ever again. You know that already. Wilma sniffed. I know. Ada sat next to her. Why do you have the baby? He was crying a lot and didn't sleep much last night, so Debbie didn't sleep. I'm just allowing her to have some rest. That's good of you. Did you get any sleep? I got enough. Debbie had a stress-filled day yesterday. Seems everyone's stressed. It's not very different from any other day in this household. Wilma was too upset to read too much into what Ada just said. The girls went to bed early last night. They often do that. I think the girls like to gather in one of their bedrooms and talk, and I'm glad they're not here because I've got something that's been on my mind. Okay, I'm here and listening. You have the right touch, Wilma. Jared is almost asleep. Wilma looked down at Jared and smiled. Then she looked up at Ada. I feel strange that Fairfax's parents gave them such a large gift. It's out of balance with what Levi and I gave them. What did you give them? Ada asked. We gave them money and a dinner set from the girls. That's not as good as a house full of furniture. The money we gave them would have only bought a dining table, not a whole house of furniture. It's not a competition. Besides, they've only got Fairfax. You've got 6 girls and many stepchildren. You can't go broke giving them all wedding presents. I know that. It's just that Hope's face was glowing. She wasn't glowing with the dinner set or the money. Yes, she smiled and she appreciated it and said thanks. But it wasn't... Her face didn't glow. Wilma sighed. I don't like letting them down. I want them to be happy with me, like they're happy with his parents. They are. Don't be silly. I'm not silly, Ada. I know you're not, so stop acting like it. Wilma frowned. I know. We'll get started on that quilt for her. She'll like that. That's a great idea. Jared started making noises, so Wilma held him upright against her chest. Will you come with me today to get the fabric for the quilt? I would, but my guests have left and I'll be cleaning all day. I would love to help sew, though. Take one of the girls with you. Only one, though, and leave the others to work. Wilma nodded. Good idea. Which one of them has a good eye for color, I wonder? None of them, most likely. Take Cherish. She's the laziest one, and if you left her alone, she wouldn't get any work done anyway. The others will work while you're gone. Good idea, Ada. We'll visit Christina on the way and see how she is. Ada burst out laughing. What's funny? Wilma asked. I just got a vision in my head. I'm remembering how humorous it was when Debbie pretended she was having the baby. How frightened did Cherish look? Wilma laughed as she patted Jared's back. I know. But then our joke replayed itself for real when Cherish was alone with Debbie when she started to have the baby. Ada nodded. And then she was also with Joy when she went into labor. It seems Cherish might bring the babies to term somehow. The babies might hear her squeaky voice and think it's time to leave the womb. Wilma laughed again. That is funny, but it's also true. I wonder if Cherish has a gift. Maybe she should be a midwife. Oh, no, Wilma. That would be too much responsibility for her. She'd never show up for the checkups, and if she did, she'd arrive late. She might be good at something she wants to be good at, like the cafe. I'd like to have a midwife in the family. Favor is too emotional, and I don't see any of the other girls doing it. Cherish is my last hope. Ada groaned. If she's your last hope, I feel sorry for you. That means you have no hope. Wilma agreed. I'm hopeless. It's true. Serving coffee at the cafe and being a midwife are worlds apart. I do hope she finds something useful to do with her life. I pity the man who ends up with her. Ada looked down while shaking her head. That's a big if, Ada. If she gets married. I'm not convinced she wants to. She keeps talking about Dagmar as though she's some kind of a role model for her. And don't forget, Dagmar never married. In my mind, Dagmar was never someone I'd want any daughter of mine to follow or use as an example. Maybe you and Florence should never have sent her to Dagmar's place. Look how that ended up. That shaped her in a way that you can never take back. It was at a time when she was so impressionable. We had no choice. She was getting into trouble, sneaking out at night and those sorts of things. I suppose you had to do something. Right. Cherish and Dagmar did have a bond. What I didn't know was that Dagmar would leave Cherish the farm and overlook all her other nieces. It was so unfair. They were family, too. Some people have favorites. You don't and I don't, but some people do. Ada shook her head. Things always have a way of working out for Cherish. Look how Timmy was missing, and so I got her another bird. Timmy shows up again, and then she ends up with 2 birds. Plus, she's got the farm, and everyone voted that she should have a share in the orchard as well. Ada breathed out heavily. This is true. God is blessing her for a reason that we can't see. Either that or she was born under a lucky star. Oh, Ada, Wilma laughed. Ada grinned. I'm not even sure what that means. Me either. Wilma looked down at Jared and saw him sucking on his hand. I wonder if he's hungry. I don't know. Just try to put him to sleep. Debbie seems to be feeding him all the time. I doubt he's hungry. Jared. I still think it's not a name for a baby. Well, that's his name, and you'll have to get used to it. I know you're right, Wilma. I am trying. Where are the girls? Still asleep. I'll wake them up soon. I want to get an early start. I'm sorry I can't come with you. I can spare 2 hours to help you this morning. That will be greatly appreciated. Wilma looked down at Jared. Oh, he's asleep now. Take him upstairs and put him in his crib. I'll start work. Chapter 6. Ada stayed and worked for a while, and then left while the girls were having breakfast. Once Cherish had eaten, Wilma told her of her plans for the day. She wanted to get the quilting materials, and, on the way, they'd visit Christina, who was past her due date. Cherish shook her head. No thanks. Mom glared at her. No? Don't say that when I ask you to do something. Normally, I'd want to go, but it's just that it scares me being around people who are about to give birth. Have you noticed they always go into labor when I'm around? I was left alone with Joy when she was giving birth, and then you know what happened with Debbie. That's why I'm taking you there. Christina can't wait any longer. She's fed up with herself, and she's several days overdue already. If you show up, she might go into labor. Cherish huffed. That's so unfair. Can't you take someone else? No, I can't. This is your gift, encouraging babies to be born. The babies must like your voice or something. I don't know why. Your voice is a little high-pitched. It must travel through the walls of the womb. Don't say words like womb or any other words like that. Cherish's face screwed up. And it's not my gift. If you're right in what you say, it's the opposite of a gift. It's my worst nightmare. Yeah, that's what it is. Births are so messy and so painful. I don't know why any woman would want to go through it. Because they have to, and at the end of it all, they get to hold their precious newborn in their arms. Anything would be worth going through to get to hold your baby. You'd know. You did it enough times. And I have 6 lovely daughters to prove it. 6 daughters. Wilma didn't mention her firstborn. It seemed she was continuing to deny his existence. What will you give me if me being there works and she goes into labor? Mom's eyebrows drew together. Give you? Yes. Why should I give you anything? Because you don't want her to wait any longer. That must be worth something, eh? Wilma glared at her. I can't believe you. Not everything in life is something to bargain about. It's called negotiating, and I'm great at it. It's not surprising, really, because I'm good at everything I've ever tried. Wait until I tell Ada what you just said. Why do you have to tell her everything? I just do. Can't we have one private conversation in this house without Ada finding out about it? No. Now the best thing you can do is keep quiet until we get there. Levi has the buggy hitched for us, so out the door you go. Wilma folded her arms and stared at her. Cherish had no choice. On the way out of the house, Wilma looked over her shoulder. I really must do something about that chair. What chair? Levi's. It's falling to pieces. Hush! Don't say anything in front of him. It'll be a surprise. I love surprises. What will it be? Cherish whispered. The new chair. Oh, we're getting a new chair? Yeah, Levi is. And we might have time to look at some this afternoon. Now, not another word about the chair until we're away from the house. On the drive to Christina's, Wilma shared her hopes of Cherish becoming a midwife. Cherish told her it would never happen, not in 1,000,000 years. When Christina opened the door to them, they both noticed she looked bothered. How did you know? Christina asked. Wilma frowned. Know what? I'm having the baby today. What? Wilma blurted out. I'm having contractions and they just started. See, nothing to do with me this time, Cherish told her mother. Can you tell Mark to come home? Christina asked. Cherish stepped forward. I'll do it. No, Cherish, you stay with Christina and I'll fetch him. No, Mom. Christina will feel much better with you here. You know what to do. You've had lots of babies. No good me staying here. It won't happen any time soon, Cherish. I don't mind you staying here with me, Christina said. And just like that, Cherish was trapped. It felt just like what had happened when Joy had faith and Mom left her there and didn't come back for ages. Don't be long, Mom. I won't. I'll tell him and come straight back. Oh, what about the midwife? Mom asked. Mark will call her pager. Oh, good. I'll go now. Mom hurried back to the horse and buggy. Cherish looked down at Christina's stomach. She sure was large, much larger than Joy or Florence were when they were having their babies. Come in out of the cold, Cherish. Cherish walked into the house and Christina closed the door. You're awfully calm, Cherish told her. I've been mentally practicing for this moment. I want to bring the baby into the world in a peaceful environment. I'm not going to panic or get overwhelmed with the pain. Oh, I shouldn't call it pain. What will you call it, then? Sensations. The sensations opening up the birth channel to allow the baby... Cherish covered up her ears. It was worse than hearing Wilma say, womb. Please. Christina's lips turned upward at the corners. You'll have to know these things for when you have a baby. If. That's if I have a baby. I'm not sure that's a road I want to travel down. Of course you will. If you want to think that, you can. Cherish shrugged her shoulders. Christina's face contorted and she leaned against the wall. Cherish stared at her. This was turning Cherish off the idea of marriage and babies. A few minutes later, Christina opened her eyes. Whew, that one was stronger. Cherish knew from being at other births that the contractions came and went. Is there a reason why you're so big? Are you going to have a large baby, or more than one? There's only one. The midwife says the baby feels the normal size. I'm just carrying a lot of fluid and carrying the baby out in the front. What causes that? I'm not sure. Anyway, make yourself comfortable and I'll walk around. It helps to keep moving. Okay. Cherish walked over and sat on the couch. She looked at the clock. It was 10 minutes to 10. She hoped her mother would be back soon, and to check her mother didn't go off shopping for chairs while she was with Christina, she'd keep an eye on the clock. It was odd to sit in a house with no pets. Christina and Mark were the only people she knew who didn't have a dog or a cat. Because of that, the house felt empty and cold. For Cherish, a house wasn't a home without pets. Christina walked up and down, and then she leaned over the back of a chair and was quiet for a while. Cherish knew it was another contraction. This wasn't good. It was only 10 minutes after the last one had started. Chapter 7. Christina and Mark's house was only a 15-minute buggy ride to his store. That meant Mom and Mark should be back there within 30 minutes. Cherish closed her eyes tightly and prayed that she wouldn't be left alone for too much longer. The contractions stayed 10 minutes apart, and just when Cherish was starting to despair, she heard a buggy. It sounded like more than one buggy. She jumped up and looked out the window. It was Mark and also Mom. But where was the midwife? "Mom's back with Mark," said Cherish. "Good." Mark burst into the house and hurried over to Christina. "What's happening?" "Nothing much," Cherish said. "Contractions are 10 minutes apart and getting stronger. Where's the midwife?" Mark looked over at Cherish. "She's on her way. Thanks for being here, Cherish." Cherish managed a smile, but she really wanted to tell him that she wasn't left with a choice, thanks to Mom. Cherish inched her way to the door while Mark and Christina were talking. When she got to the door, she hurried out to see what was taking her mother so long. "Mom?" She was just sitting there in the driver's seat, looking into the distance. "Are you coming inside?" Cherish asked. Wilma inhaled deeply, looking into the distance. "We haven't been invited to the birth." "Oh, I see. I just thought that since we were here that we might as well stay. Or you might as well stay. I can leave you here and come back and get you later." Wilma then looked at Cherish. "Go and ask her what she wants." Cherish gulped. "What she wants?" "Don't repeat what I say. Ask Christina if she wants us to stay." "Me ask her?" "No, the other Cherish that's standing next to you. Of course you." "Okay." Cherish walked back into the house and had to wait until Christina was through with another contraction. "Christina, do you want Mom to stay for the birth?" "I don't know. Does she want to?" "Yes, she's excited about it, but she doesn't want to be pushy. That's why she didn't come back in just now." "I need all the support I can get. Tell her yes. And would you stay too, Cherish? I might need you to do some things." Cherish gasped. "Me? I don't know how to do anything. I know nothing." "Oh, no. I meant you can fetch things, like boil water or fetch towels. Get me some water to drink or get some food for Mark. Fetch and carry for the midwife when she gets here. I want Mark to stay by my side, and if you're there, he can." Cherish immediately relaxed. "Oh, yes, I'd be good at that kind of thing." "Great. I'll go get Mom." Cherish ran out the door to her mother. "They said they want you to stay." "Christina said that or Mark?" "Christina. She said she needs your support." A look of delight spread across Mom's face, and she wasted no time getting out of the buggy. "Thank you, Cherish. You'll stay too." "Yes," Cherish answered, even though she knew it wasn't a question. It was more of an order. 15 minutes after Mark had come home, the midwife arrived. And not long after that, the contractions intensified. Cherish hid in the kitchen most of the time. The wailing from Christina was quite unlike anything she'd heard. Then everything went quiet. Cherish peeped around the corner after there were no contractions for a while. She caught her mother's eye and Mom walked over to her. "What's going on?" Cherish asked. "She'll soon be pushing, I'd say. That's what happens." "Oh, so it'll all be over soon?" "Soon enough, I'd say. Do you want to come out and watch?" Cherish shook her head. She couldn't think of anything worse, but she was silently pleased she'd be one of the first to see her baby niece or nephew. Sure enough, the pushing started. This time, there was no groaning. There was a different sound, along with lots of panting and grunting while the midwife and Mark said encouraging things to Christina. In the kitchen, Cherish sank to the floor and covered her ears. She was far too sensitive to be around all this. She could almost feel everything poor Christina was experiencing. "I can see the top of the head," the midwife called out. "A couple of more pushes." Minutes later, the baby was out. Cherish peeped her head around the corner to see the midwife pass a slimy, gray-colored baby to Christina. "It's a girl!" Mark yelled out, just as the baby let out her first cry. Cherish was so happy for them, and she even had tears in her eyes. Mom stood there next to them in the living room where the birth had taken place. She had her hands clasped to her heart while she looked on. Now Cherish thought it safe to come out. She looked over at the wrinkled baby and thought how small she was, considering how large Christina's stomach had gotten during her pregnancy. "Something's not right," Christina said. "I feel I need to push again." "Yes, it's just the placenta, which is a good thing. Push it out when you feel the urge." "Are you sure?" Cherish grimaced. She knew what a placenta looked like, and she didn't need to see another one. "Anything I can do?" Cherish asked the midwife. "I need some water, Cherish," Mom said. "I feel faint." "Okay." Cherish hurried into the kitchen to get her a glass of water. When she came back, Mark was holding the baby, and Christina didn't look good at all. Cherish looked at the midwife, who looked concerned. Even Mom had forgotten about feeling faint. Cherish didn't want to interrupt, so she placed the glass on the table. "Something's not right," Christina said again. "Keep calm," the midwife told her. "I'm sure everything's fine. I'll take a look." After she examined Christina, she said, "I don't believe this." "What?" Mark said. "You're having another baby." "No, you said there was only one," Mark told the midwife. "I was wrong. I see the head." Christina didn't respond because she was too busy pushing. After another 3 pushes, a second baby slithered into the midwife's hands. Without saying a word, the midwife passed that baby to Christina. "It's another girl," Mark called out. "It's a miracle from God," Wilma said, as she wiped tears from her cheeks. Tears streamed down Christina's face. "This is a surprise. Hello, baby number 2. Mark laughed and cried as well. "Am I dreaming?" Christina asked. "I must be dreaming." "It's real," Mark said, "or I'm having the dream too. We're all in it together." Christina had one baby lying on her chest, while Mark had taken one from Christina and held her in his arms. Everything fell silent as Wilma stared between the babies in shock. Cherish stood there, not knowing what to say. Tears filled her eyes, and she didn't want to blink because they'd fall down her cheeks. It was wonderful for Christina, because she'd wanted babies for years, and now, to have 2 at the same time was so joyous for her and for Mark. Now there was a different feel to the house. Now their little house felt complete. It felt like a real home. The house didn't need pets now because there were babies. These 2 babies would bring so much joy to their parents. "Give me the other baby, Mark. I want to feel them both on me. I want to feel my 2 babies so I know it's real." "Just a moment," the midwife said. "Stay there. Don't do a thing." She raced to her bag and came back and slipped a red band around the first baby's wrist. "That way you'll know which baby came first." "Thank you," Mark said, before he gave the baby back to Christina. Wilma signaled to Cherish to go to the kitchen. "Let's leave them alone to meet their babies." "Can you believe it, Mom? 2 babies." "I know. It's a blessing from God. And Earl and Miriam are having twins, too. It's a double blessing." "No, it's 2 double blessings." "That's right." Wilma sat down at the small table. "Put the tea kettle on for me, would you?" Cherish filled the kettle with water, lit the gas stove, and set the kettle on top. "Tea or coffee?" "I don't know. I can't think straight. Whatever is most handy. I can't wait until I tell Ada. She'll be thrilled. Everyone will be." Once they'd been away for a while, Wilma couldn't wait to see the babies again. Wilma and Cherish walked back into the room. The midwife looked up. "How's that for a surprise, Wilma?" "How can that be?" Wilma asked. "Christina told us you said there was only 1 heartbeat, but now there are 2 babies." Chapter 8. "It can happen, but it's rare," the midwife told them. "It's possible the 2 hearts were beating together, or, more likely, one baby was hidden behind the other." "I don't care how it happened. Look at these 2. Mom wiped a tear from her eye. Christina sniffed back tears, and then they flowed anyway. "This makes my heart glad. This makes up for so many things. So many years of patiently waiting for a child. Waiting, and then having disappointment after disappointment. I do believe I'll never be sad about anything ever again. I'm the happiest woman in the world." Cherish was surprised that a tear even rolled down her own cheek. She wiped it away before anyone saw that she wasn't as tough as she made out. "Cherish, do you think you'd like to be a midwife?" Wilma asked in front of everyone. "Oh, no. It's too much responsibility." Everyone laughed. "I mean it. I might do something wrong and it would be a disaster. I think I'll just be a farmer. That's my destiny." The midwife said, "I have a feeling you'd be good at anything you did." "Yes, she's very talented," Mom said. Cherish looked at her mother, waiting for her to add something horrible to what she said and make a joke out of her. Then nothing else was said. Did Mom really think she was talented? What a shock. "The babies are both so big. Aren't twins meant to be smaller?" The midwife answered, "Normally, and normally twins don't go past their due dates. Seems Christina has changed all those rules." "They came out when they were good and ready." Christina looked up at Wilma. "Do you want to hold one?" "Oh, yes, please. I'd love to." Mark walked over and passed her the firstborn, who had been bathed and was now wrapped tightly in a small blanket. Wilma held the baby close to her chest and looked down at her. "You forget how small they are. She's a good size for a newborn, but still so small." Cherish moved closer to the baby and studied her. "She's so perfect in every way. Do you have names?" Cherish asked Christina. "No. We thought of a few, but now there are 2 of them. This changes everything. Oh, Mark, we've only got 1 crib. 1 of everything." "Tell me what you need and we'll go out and get it right now," Wilma said. "We don't want you to do that, Wilma. There's no hurry. I'm sure the babies can sleep in the bed with us for the first little while." Wilma said to Cherish, "Go and buy a crib like the one they already have so it'll be matching." "No, you don't have to do that, Wilma." "I insist. It'll be our gift to you." Wilma then whispered to Cherish to go home and get the money out of the cookie jar that was kept in the top cupboard and then take someone with her to town. Cherish agreed, and with a quick look in the spare bedroom at the crib and another look at both babies, she was off, out the door. When she got home, the place was deserted. She figured they were all out in the orchard somewhere. Mom said to take someone with her, so after she got money out of the cookie jar, she stepped out of the house intending to go into the orchard and find one of her sisters. Right at that moment, she saw a buggy coming up the driveway. She waited where she was as it approached. She was pleased to see it was Simon. He was back again. Then she remembered she had agreed to go out with him. Today. He stopped the buggy next to her. "Hello, Cherish." "I'm so sorry. I forgot." "You forgot I was coming?" "Only because of what's just happened." "You look like you're going somewhere." "I'm going to find one of my sisters. I have to go into town and I can't go alone." "Jump in. I'll take you. I've got nowhere to be today." Cherish was delighted. She looked over at her horse that she'd just driven back. "Oh, I'll have to unhitch my horse if you don't mind waiting." He opened his door and jumped down from his buggy. "I'll do that for you." "Okay, if you want to." He strode toward the horse. "So, what do you have to go into town for?" "My brother has just had twins. It was unexpected." "I'm sure it was. I've never heard of a man having twins." Cherish laughed. "His wife had them. They thought they were only having one, and then another one came. I've just come from there. I was there for the birth. Now my mother is panicking because they only have 1 crib. She sent me to buy another one. Everything is happening so fast that my head is spinning. That's why I forgot you were coming. Normally, I'm not forgetful at all. If you tell me something, I'll always remember it. I've got a great memory. Everyone says so." He laughed. "Hey, take a breath." Cherish took a deep breath. "Yes, that's better." "So, we're getting another crib." "Exactly." They worked together and unhitched the horse, then he rubbed the horse down. "Nice horse," he said as he let him loose in the stable yard. "That's Rhymes. It's Levi's new horse. He's my favorite." Once they were back in Simon's buggy, Cherish couldn't wait to find out more about him. She told him which direction to head, and then she started asking questions. "Where do you come from?" "Kemp Valley. My uncle lives there, and he needed some help with fences. I've volunteered to lend a hand. I finished the work and I'm going back home soon." Cherish couldn't believe her ears. She stared into his eyes. "Are you joking?" Chapter 9. "Joking about what?" Simon asked Cherish. "Coming from Kemp Valley." He glanced over at her. "No. Do you know it?" "I do. It's not far from my farm. We pass through when we're driving there." "Is that so?" "Yes." "I had no idea." "Of course not. How could you know? I would have thought Ada would know. She never said anything about wanting to say hello to you when we were passing through." "I'm not sure. She should know. We've been there for a year now." "When you say you have a farm, is it your family's?" "No, it's mine. My Aunt Dagmar left it to me." "The aunt who owned Timmy." Cherish was pleased he'd remembered what she'd said, and he'd remembered Timmy's name. "That's right. I got a manager looking after it until I'm old enough to move there." He smiled and looked over at her again. "When will that be?" "Not that long. Maybe a year or so. I'm really old enough now. It's just that my mother won't agree to it. Another year should do it. She'll be sad to see me leave, but I do have to leave the nest. It can't be too soon for me." "We'll be neighbors, almost." "I know. What do you do in Kemp Valley? I know you said you have a farm, but what do you do in your spare time?" "I like to repair watches and clocks." "Is that right?" "Yes." "That's unusual. I've never met anyone who did that before. Come to think of it, none of our clocks have ever stopped working."
"Are they losing time?"
"I have no idea."
"They generally do over time. What about yourself? Do you have hobbies?"
She opened her mouth to answer and then stopped. How she wished she could have an interesting hobby to talk about. "I don't really have time. I work 1 day a week at a cafe, and the rest of the time I'm either doing chores or working in the orchard. Then for the last few months, our whole family has been sewing a quilt. Now we're going to do another one. My mother and I were just on our way to the store to get the fabric when she insisted on stopping to see how Christina was. We never got to the store."
"So you like sewing?"
"Not especially. I'm usually doing what I'm told. I don't really have a choice. That's the thing about living at home. I can't wait to be at the farm and be in charge of myself."
He chuckled. "If you could do anything in your spare time, what would you do?"
Cherish thought about that for a moment. If I could do anything, I think I'd make baskets. My aunt showed me how to do it. I'm not very good at it yet, but I do like it."
"You should do more of it."
"I'll do that when I move to the farm. I don't feel free enough to do it here. Someone's always watching over my shoulder, complaining about this or that. They'd say I'm making too much mess or taking up too much room."
"How many sisters do you have?"
5, and 1 half-sister. Actually, 1 stepsister too, counting Bliss." Bliss! Cherish remembered those letters hidden under Bliss's bed. So much had happened that she'd almost forgotten about it.
"And you get on with them all?"
Simon asked. "Yes, I do. Most of the time."
"That's great. I don't have any brothers or sisters."
"I know. You told me that already. It must be quiet at your place."
He nodded. "I always tell people my parents had me, and they saw they couldn't improve on perfection. That's why they didn't need to have any more children."
Cherish burst out laughing. "That's a good thing to say. I'm the youngest, so I should say they finally got it right and didn't need to have any more."
He chuckled again. "We'd have to be careful who we said that in front of. It might be said that we're prideful."
Cherish wasn't sure how she felt about his comment. She respected a man who followed the rules. Was he mocking them? In that moment, she wanted him to like her, so she went along with him. "Oh, we wouldn't want that. I'm already in trouble all the time over nothing."
He glanced over at her and grinned. "I find that hard to believe."
"It's true. Ada picks on me all the time. She acts like she's the boss of my family sometimes. She doesn't do it when Levi's around. only when my mother's there.
That's not nice. I'll have to have a word with her about that.
No, don't. She'll just give me a worse time.
Simon laughed, and then Cherish thought she was being too critical of him. It was just one comment, and he was trying to be funny. Cherish told herself to relax and enjoy his company. When they got into town, Cherish directed him to the furniture shop, and they were lucky enough to find a place to park right outside.
You can wait in the buggy if you like, Cherish told him. I won't be long.
No, I'll come. Someone will have to carry it.
Thanks.
Maybe they'll think we're married and having a baby, he joked. Cherish giggled.
We're a bit young.
They won't know how old we are. You look older, old enough to be married. Cherish was pleased to hear it.
Do I?
He nodded. Once they were inside the store, Cherish found the area where they kept the baby furniture. After looking at all the cribs, she was upset there wasn't one that matched exactly. She decided on one that looked the most like Christina's crib. She was soon to find out that it came in a box and would have to be assembled. The man at the store helped Simon take the box out to the buggy. Before Cherish left the store, she noticed a chair that looked a lot like the couch at home. It was smaller than Levi's big armchair, and it would look so much nicer and blend in with the other furniture. She'd tell Wilma about it. The large box fitted nicely in the back of the buggy. "Where to now?" Simon asked once they were both in the buggy.
Christina's house. I'll direct you there. And then we'll have to pick up my mother from there and take us back home, if that's all right.
Sure thing. I wouldn't leave you stranded. Cherish was delighted how well everything was going. This was so much better than a date where she'd get nervous and have to find things to talk about. Everything was flowing so naturally. Simon seemed like the perfect man, and how good was it that he lived close to her farm? She always thought she'd be alone and isolated on the farm. But now she felt better knowing she'd have a friend, or potentially more than a friend, who wouldn't be too far away. Chapter 10. Debbie was shaking off the negativity of her parents' visit by having some time away from the house with Peter White. Ada had volunteered to look after Jared for a few hours because Peter said he had a surprise for her. Peter and Debbie took Jared to Ada's house in Peter's buggy.
Where are we going?
Debbie asked when they got back into the buggy. I found someone who has a business making tea. His name is Frederick Lomas. He said he'll be glad to talk with you and give you some advice on how to get your tea-making business started.
Truly?
Yes. Peter believed in her. After spending yesterday with her parents, this was just what she needed. Impulsively, she leaned over and kissed him on his cheek.
Thank you.
He laughed. That was unexpected. If I knew that was all it took, I would have brought you here a long time ago.
I appreciate you supporting me.
Hey, always.
How did you find this man?
I asked around, got on the internet at the library, and his name kept coming up.
This is so exciting.
He smiled at her. It's great to see you look so happy.
I am.
Right now, Debbie was experiencing feelings that she'd never had before. Someone she cared about, believed in her. It made her like Peter all the more. They pulled up at a small factory just out of town. When they walked through the door, there was a small office off to one side. An old man came out to meet them, dressed in a suit, with thick eyeglasses and wavy gray hair. Peter introduced Debbie. Before I show you around, we perhaps should sit down and have a talk about where you are and where you want to get to. Debbie hoped she wasn't out of her depth. All she'd done was experiment. Once they were seated in the office, with Frederick behind his desk and Debbie and Peter opposite, Debbie said,
I haven't started yet. It's all just an idea right now.
That's okay. We have to start somewhere. Debbie has been testing flavors, so she has made something of a start, added Peter. You need to find out what your core flavor will be. Taste what's out there. Taste other people's tea or simply taste other flavors. Then you need the formulations. You can find a factory that will make them for you. If you want to own your own recipe, you can do that yourself. Then you need a factory that will pack them for you. You need to contact a few places and get quotes.
We can do it all here for you.
I thought I'd do my own packing.
That might be okay to start with, but if you get loads of orders, you might have to outsource. Have you thought about the design of your packaging?
Oh, no, I didn't even think about that.
That's important. This is where you have to think about your brand.
Debbie was starting to feel overwhelmed with it all. It wasn't as simple as she thought it would be. She hadn't given any thought to packaging logistics, or a personal design, or coming up with a name.
Next time you go to a store, have a look at the different packages and see what's out there already. Black and white can look good.
I want everything to be eco-friendly, and all the tea will be organic. I've heard some tea bags can contain some kind of chemicals.
I can give you the name of suppliers that use environmentally friendly tea bags that have no nasties in them. All our tea is organic. That's what consumers want. You've also got to protect the tea from oxidation. Now, in regard to packaging, you can sell the tea in a tin or in a cardboard box. A tin would obviously be more expensive, but some people do like buying the tins because they can reuse them.
Debbie was adding up all the dollars in her head. This was starting to sound expensive, and she didn't have 1 cent to her name.
Firstly, it all starts with the tea. You need a great product. I suggest you start with a focus group who can give you feedback about the tea. Not friends or family, though, because they'll all tell you everything's great. They won't want to hurt your feelings.
Okay.
I guess you'll start from home?
Debbie nodded. She had been thinking of starting at home and leaving it there.
This man was thinking way too big, bigger than she'd ever thought. You'll have to make sure you pass the food laws. You'll have to see where you can sell it to make sure you have all the licensing and permits. Then, of course, you'll need to get yourself insurance in case someone sues you.
Someone could sue me?
Yes, if they get a reaction to your tea.
This is all so much information. I don't know if getting insurance and licensing all sounds very expensive.
Don't be put off. Tea can be very profitable. It's cheap to buy in bulk, and, as you know, only small amounts are used in each tea bag. Find a good supplier. I can give you a few names when you know what items you need. Selling it online can be extremely profitable. Have you thought about that?
Debbie shook her head. No, but I do know of someone who helps people put products online.
I won't lie to you. When starting a business, you'll need enough money to get you through the beginning time. Once the money starts rolling in, then you can save more money when you buy larger amounts in bulk.
Debbie's head was starting to spin. Where would she keep all these bulk amounts of tea? Where would she find the money to buy it? I didn't realize there was so much in it.
The flip side is, and I don't mean to discourage you, but it's a crowded space.
What does that mean? Peter asked.
There's a lot of tea out there already. There are a lot of people doing the same as you're trying to do, Debbie. I can help you source the packaging, too.
I didn't know.
If she's got a great product, then that'll make the difference, won't it? Peter asked. It should, if all the other elements I mentioned hit the right note. If it takes off and you get bigger, we have the facilities here to make your recipes. He stood up. I'll show you what we do here. First, you'll have to suit up. That will include masks and gloves and caps.
He passed them the suits.
Once they were all suited up, he opened the door to his factory. They were drying all kinds of herbs in one area, and in another area they were making the recipes. It smelled faintly of fresh black tea with a hint of rose and fennel. In everything they did, they were using big, complicated-looking machines. It was so far from the kitchen countertop production that Debbie saw herself doing. Then, lastly, Frederick showed them the production line that was packing the tea bags. Once they were finished with their tour and were outside of the factory area, they took off the masks, their suits and caps, gloves and foot coverings, and put them in the bin provided. Peter put his hand out and Frederick shook it. Thanks for your time today.
Yes, thank you so much. Now I know what I've got to do.
You're welcome. I'm here any time if you need any advice.
Thank you, Frederick. I appreciate that, Debbie said. When they got back into the buggy, Peter asked,
What do you think?
It's quite daunting. I didn't know there was so much in it. and I'll need money if I want to do it in a big way. But I'll start in a small way and see if people like the tea.
You've got to start somewhere.
I know, but now I'm thinking I've taken on something too large. I wonder if I'm better off thinking of something else to do.
No, I've seen how passionate you are about the tea.
I was, until I talked to Frederick. She gave a laugh.
Don't look at the big picture. Just do one step at a time. Seems like he's there to help you. He could do a lot of the preparation and packaging work for you once you get going.
Debbie's mind wandered. If her business did get large, she might be able to provide work for some of the community members. She'd rather do that as much as she could rather than outsource somewhere else. But that was a long way into the future. I'll get some of my teas together and try them out on people and see what they say.
Good idea. Get your flavors and go from there.
Thanks for your help with all this, Peter. It feels good that you're being so supportive.
That's what I'm here for. You support me, I support you. We support each other.
Debbie relaxed. I like the sound of that.
Where shall we go now?
He asked.
Is there anywhere you'd like to go?
I'd like to go back to Mark's saddlery store. Cherish accidentally broke Levi's mug with the horses on it. She's been meaning to replace it, but hasn't gotten around to it. I'll get it for her.
That's thoughtful of you.
I'm just trying to fill in where I can and help everyone out, Debbie said. After that, I'll have to get back to Jared.
Bring him with us next time we go somewhere.
Okay. You don't mind? Debbie asked.
Of course I don't mind. I'd love to get to know him better.
Debbie was pleased to hear it. She didn't like being away from her baby for one moment. Chapter 11. As soon as Simon pulled up his buggy at Christina and Mark's house, Mom came out to meet them.
Hello, Simon.
Hello, Mrs. Bruner.
Cherish could hear the question in her mother's voice. She jumped down from the buggy and hurried to her mother. Simon was at home, and I couldn't see anyone else anywhere, so he said he'd come with me.
Did you get a crib?
We did.
Simon opened the back of the buggy. Cherish explained. It's not identical, but it was the closest they had. And I saw a chair that would be perfect for the house.
We can talk about that later, Cherish.
Simon pulled the box out and tried to carry it by himself, but the box was an awkward size. Together, the three of them managed to maneuver it into the house. Mom introduced Simon and Mark. Then Simon helped Mark set up the crib in the living room. Meanwhile, Cherish and Mom walked into the bedroom to see Christina. Both of the babies were asleep beside her in the bed.
You should get some sleep too,
Mom told Christina. I will, but I'm just worried I'll squash them. The midwife suggested we have them share the one crib for now, while they're small. She thinks they'll sleep better since they've been so close together until now.
Whatever you decide, it won't be long before they get the second crib set up. Then we'll go. I'll be back tomorrow with meals for you and Mark, so you won't have to worry about cooking.
Thank you. We sure will appreciate that.
Get all the rest you can.
I'm ready for it. Thank you, both of you, for all you've done today.
It was a privilege to be here to see them both come into the world. Thank you for allowing us to stay.
Wilma leaned over and kissed Christina on her forehead. Christina smiled, and then her eyes slowly closed. Thanks, again, she said slowly. Mom turned away and left the room, pushing Cherish along with her.
Come on, she's so tired.
Cherish and Wilma waited for the crib to be set up. As soon as that was complete, they said goodbye to Mark, and then Simon drove Wilma and Cherish home. Wilma jumped out of the buggy as soon as it pulled up at home.
I'm going to call Ada.
She hurried to the barn. Cherish was left alone with Simon. She desperately wanted to call people and tell them, too. She'd call Malachi, and then she'd write to Fenella and tell her the good news. No, she'd write to both of them. Thanks for today, Simon.
I had a good time.
Cherish laughed. I guess you never expected you'd be buying a crib today. He rubbed the back of his neck.
That was a surprise. Anyway, I should get going. I'll see you before I leave. I hope.
Just stop by any time. He nodded.
I'll do that.
Who could guess what adventure will be waiting? She got out of the buggy and then he drove away. Cherish was left to wonder if Simon still liked her. He didn't make a proper time to see her again. She was too excited about the twins to worry too much. Realizing no one knew about the babies, and Wilma was in the barn, she ran into the house so she could be first to deliver the good news to everyone. Levi wasn't in the living room, so she hurried into the kitchen. Everyone was gathered there. "Guess what, everyone?" Favor said. "We know. Debbie told us Christina's having the baby. Has she had it yet?" Cherish looked at Debbie, who was sitting at the table. "How did you know, Debbie?" "Peter and I went to the saddlery store, and Isaac told us Christina was having the baby." "Did she have a boy or a girl?" Favor asked. "We've all been waiting to find out." "So, you don't know?" Cherish looked at each of them. "None of you know." "Just tell us," Favor said. "Boy or girl?" Cherish was delighted that she was the one who'd tell them that Christina had twins. "And is that all everyone knows? That she had the baby?" "Why don't you just tell us if she had a boy or a girl?" Levi said. Cherish was loving being the center of attention, and for once, she knew something they didn't. She opened her mouth to tell them about the twins, but then noticed everyone was looking behind her. Cherish swung around to see her mother standing there. "Christina had twins," Wilma announced. Favor clapped her hands and jumped up and down. Levi hollered. Bliss stood there with her hands over her mouth while Debbie looked on, open-mouthed. Cherish couldn't believe her mother. She glared at her with hands on her hips. "I was just about to tell them that." "Now you don't have to." Mom moved to the table and sat down. Then a thought occurred to Cherish. "I'm going to run next door and tell Florence." "Don't bother, I already told her. And she's calling Earl," Mom said. Cherish huffed and sat down. Her mother had ruined everything. "Tell me you didn't tell Fenella or Malachi. Can I at least tell them?" "Why would I tell them? They're your friends." Cherish opened her mouth to tell her mother that Malachi and she weren't friends, but then Bliss butted in. "Is that for real about twins, Mom? You're not having a joke with us?" Bliss asked. Mom smiled wearily. "I'm not joking. She had 2 girls, and you should see them. They're delightful. Simply as perfect as babies can be." Mom sighed. "It brought back so many delightful memories." "I want to see. Can we go there now?" Favor asked, still jumping up and down. "No. Give her a couple of days, and then you can all visit. Christina's exhausted right now, as am I. Someone get me a cup of hot tea and something to eat." "I'm so happy for her," Debbie said. "That must have come as a shock. She thought she was having only one." "That's right. It was a shock for all of us, wasn't it, Cherish?" Cherish was still upset. "It was." "Were you there for the whole thing, Cherish?" Favor asked. "I was, from start to finish." "Why do I always miss out on things?" Favor whined. "It's not fair." Mom rolled her eyes. "Don't get like Joy. You don't miss out. Cherish just happened to be there when we checked on her before we headed to the fabric store." Favor pouted. "I know, but why didn't you take me to the fabric store? Why does Cherish keep getting out of chores?" "Ada thought it was best to take Cherish with me." "Why? That makes no sense," Favor said. "I'm better at sewing than she is." Levi interrupted them. "Let's not ruin this moment with squabbles. This is a happy time. There are more babies in the family. God continues to bless us. I won't listen to another argument today." Cherish looked over at Favor and saw her scowling. "How about you go with Mom to the fabric store? We never did get there. You can take my place." Favor smiled. "Can I, Mom?" "We'll see." "What does that mean?" Favor asked. "I'll think about it," Mom answered. "Now, who's making the evening meal, and who's making my hot tea?" "Favor and I have the meal organized," Debbie said. "Thank you. Tomorrow morning, we'll be making a few meals to take to Christina's house." "We'll all help," said Bliss. Wilma nodded. "Yeah, I know you will." "Tell us all about the babies, Mom," Favor said. Cherish stood up. Looks like I'm making the tea. I'll have coffee, please, Levi said. That evening, everyone had a lot to talk about at the dinner table. Wilma chattered about the twins, and in between times, Debbie told them all about the tea factory that she and Peter visited. After dinner, Debbie took Cherish aside and gave her the mug. Cherish then presented it to Levi with another apology for breaking the first one. That night, Cherish stayed up late, writing letters to Fenella and Malachi, telling them about the twins. She also told Malachi the funny story about her thinking she saw him at Hope's wedding. Chapter 12. The next morning, when everyone was busy making meals for Christina and Mark, Cherish said she wasn't feeling well. She'd already done a lot of work, so Mom suggested she have a lie down for an hour or so. This was her perfect opportunity to look closer at Bliss's letters. As much as she knew she should forget about those letters, she couldn't get them out of her mind. After she'd written to Malachi and Fenella, she had felt wide awake. The questions about Bliss's letters had been nagging at her all night. Once she was in Bliss's room, she closed the door behind her, then she pulled out the box of letters and sat down, determined to read every one of the letters so she could figure out who wrote them. It seemed obvious it was a man, since the letters were written from a fake name and from a post office box. The name had to be fake because the sender's name on the back of the envelope had no J in it. All the letters were signed with just a J. All night she'd been bothered that the letters were from John Bontrager, Debbie's late husband. There was the J for John, and also the fact that the post office box used on the back of the envelopes was located in Willow Valley. Both Debbie and John were from Willow Valley. The tone of the letters, too, was obviously from a man, and he kept urging her to visit. Then Cherish read something, and there was no going back. A sentence in the middle of one of the letters read, "I have no interest in Debbie or anyone else, so don't worry about that." Cherish took a deep breath. She already knew from what Debbie's mother said that a man had come between Debbie and Bliss. Could that man have been John? Everything was adding up to that being so. Cherish heard scratching at the door. She hurried over and opened it. Just as she thought, it was Carmel. "You can come in, but you'll have to be quiet." Cherish hurried back to the letters, and Carmel jumped on Bliss's bed and sat down. Then he peered over the edge of the bed to see what Cherish was doing. Cherish's gaze traveled to the bottom of the letter, and she studied the J at the bottom. Had John been writing to Bliss while he was in a relationship with Debbie? And at the same time, leading everyone to believe he was also interested in Mary Smith, the woman his parents wanted him to marry. Cherish started checking the dates of all the letters to see if any of them had been written after Debbie's marriage. There were no dates on the letters, so she had to look at the date stamp on each of the envelopes. Suddenly, the bedroom door was flung open and Cherish jumped to her feet, causing the letters to spill onto the floor. It was Bliss. "What are you doing?" "I thought you were—" Then Bliss looked at her letters and ran toward them. She leaned down and scooped them back into the box. "What are you doing, Cherish? Get out of my room and get your dog off my bed." Carmel jumped off the bed and followed Cherish as she ran out of the room. Cherish hurried to her room and shut the door. Carmel barked and Cherish opened the door and let him in. For the first time ever, Cherish wished she had a lock on her door. She'd lock herself away forever. Then Bliss burst into her room. "What were you doing in my room?" Her voice was so frightening that Carmel moved behind Cherish. This was so unlike Bliss. She never raised her voice. Cherish stayed sitting on her bed. "I wanted to know why you and Debbie weren't more friendly. I was looking for a reason, and I'm pretty sure I found it." Yes, that's right. She turned the focus on the letters, not on her snooping in Bliss's room. "What did you find?" Bliss asked. Cherish looked up at her. "You know exactly what I found." "Letters from my pen pal, Angela. That's all that was in the box." "No, Bliss. You and I both know who those letters were from." Bliss swallowed hard, and then her voice got quieter. "Don't make a big deal about it." "What about Adam, eh?" Bliss looked away. What about him? He knows I have people I write to.
You've been dating him for almost 2 years now, and you got a letter from John about a year ago. I saw it. He was interested in you. It was a romantic kind of letter, the kind you'd write if you were dating someone.
Just because John wrote to me doesn't mean I wrote back.
Did you? Cherish asked.
Bliss sighed and sat down on the bed. Yes. Now I suppose you'll tell everyone.
I won't. I'm a good secret keeper.
I just don't want to upset Debbie and upset Adam, you know?
Bliss's cheeks were now bright red. If that's true, why did you write back to him when you love Adam?
I didn't know Debbie and he were talking about marrying.
I wouldn't have had anything to do with John if I'd known that. You've got to believe me. What about Adam? Cherish asked again.
He hasn't asked me to marry him. Nothing's locked in. He could leave me at any time.
But you said you've talked about marriage with him.
Bliss looked as though she was about to cry. Nothing's settled. We're not engaged or anything. We're just dating.
You both seem pretty serious.
How do you think Adam would feel if he knew you were writing to someone else? Cherish asked.
That's why I don't want him to find out. John and I liked each other, and I didn't know which way things would go. I knew Debbie liked John, but I didn't think he liked her. I didn't know things would end up like they did.
Cherish had to know. Did John write to you after he secretly married Debbie?
Bliss shrugged her shoulders. I don't know. I haven't written to John for a long time, and I didn't know about the secret marriage until everyone else found out.
Look at the dates on the envelopes.
No. Enough fuss has been made already. I'm going to burn those letters. I don't know why I kept them anyway.
Wait a moment. Debbie must have known you liked John. That's why you two don't get along. Isn't that right?
Cherish already knew the answer to that, but she wanted to hear how everything had come about. When I visited Debbie last time, John showed me around the town, just me and him. When I got back to Debbie's house, she was crying, and she told me that he was her secret boyfriend, and she said I had no right to accept his invitation. I didn't believe her. Why would they keep such a secret? That's why I was annoyed with her. I told her I had no idea, and she should be telling him not to take other girls on buggy rides if they had a proper relationship. I didn't believe they did. I thought it was all in Debbie's head. Now, I know John was being awful to me and to Debbie.
And don't forget Mary Smith, who lives down by the river. Everyone thought the two of them would marry. Anyway, you do love Adam, don't you? Cherish asked.
I do. I know I was wrong to write back to John.
It's probably best to burn the letters. I think John has hurt enough people.
Thanks, Cherish. And you won't say a word, will you?
I won't, but I don't know why you didn't tell me about this when I asked you why you and Debbie didn't get along.
I was embarrassed when Debbie told us everything, and I found out what kind of man John was. I felt such a fool. I've got no problem with Debbie. She's got the problem with me.
Bliss hugged Cherish.
Thanks for keeping the secret. I've been struggling whether to confess, but it would hurt too many people. I'll have to live with it on my conscience.
Cherish patted Bliss's back as they hugged. You stay here and wipe your eyes. I better go downstairs before they call me lazy again, Cherish said. Bliss nodded and stayed sitting on the bed. When Cherish opened the bedroom door, she caught sight of Favor disappearing down the stairs. Chapter 13. The girls had a busy day making meals for Christina and Mark. Wilma took them over with Bliss and Favor so they'd both get a chance to see the babies. On the way home, they posted Cherish's letters, one to Fenella and one to Malachi, her farm manager. Later that evening, Bliss was getting ready for bed when someone opened her door without even knocking. It was Debbie.
Is it true that you got letters from John?
Debbie asked. Bliss stared at Debbie, not knowing what to say. Cherish had betrayed her. She should have known better than to trust her. Now that she was faced with Debbie, she couldn't deny it. Now Adam would probably find out,
and that was even worse. Yes, it's true. I didn't know about you and him. You did. I told you he and I were dating. I didn't believe you. Why would he be showing me so much attention? Debbie looked down at the floor. He said it was only to keep our secret going and to show his parents he wasn't that keen on Mary. He was using me? Debbie nodded. He was using all of us. I wish I'd never kept those stupid letters. Why did you? Bliss shrugged her shoulders. I'm not sure. I liked him. I mean, what was there not to like? He was so funny. He had such a good personality, and his family was so nice. Someone told me about the letters, and they said you might have got one after we were married. Bliss was fumingly angry with Cherish at this point. She kept other people's secrets. Why couldn't she have kept hers? Cherish had broken her word. I don't know. I never looked at the dates, and I'm not sure of the date that the two of you were secretly married. Can I see the letters? Do you think that's a good idea? I don't want to upset you any more than you already are. I just want to know the kind of person I married. I won't read them. I just want to see the dates. Bliss felt horrible, murky inside. If only she hadn't been carried away with John's good looks and dashing personality. If only she hadn't returned his letters that she got after she'd been dating Adam. Now she felt like a truly awful person. She hadn't burned those letters yet. She'd been waiting until she was alone in the house before she burned them all in the fireplace. Okay, I'll show them to you. She got off the bed and reached underneath it and pulled out the box. When she lifted the lid, she felt even worse. Debbie gasped. So many letters! I know. There are a few of them. More than a few. Debbie reached forward and picked up a bundle and leafed through the envelopes, checking the dates. Then she checked the next bundle while Bliss looked on. Bliss held her breath as Debbie checked the last bundle. Debbie put them all back in the box. Well, Bliss asked, is that all the letters he wrote? Every last one of them. Debbie breathed out heavily. There were none written after we were married. I'm happy about that. Believe me, I didn't know about the two of you. The truth is, at the time, I thought you liked him, but he didn't like you. That last time I visited you, I thought you were trying to ruin things for me, when all along I was in your way. I was hurt that you didn't believe me. Now I see it was John's actions that made you think I was making up my relationship with him. Forget it. Let's forget that John came between us. I'll happily do that, if you can forgive me. Debbie nodded. I can forgive you, and I do forgive you. It does feel a bit strange, though. I feel John's betrayed me again, but he hasn't betrayed me as badly as he could have. Bliss stood there, feeling stupid. She should have believed Debbie rather than John, who was little more than a stranger to her at the time. Maybe we can be more like cousins now. I'd like that. I'm glad we've got everything cleared up. It might take us a while to get back to how we used to be before John came between us. I hope it won't take too long. The girls hugged, and as they did so, Bliss again felt totally betrayed by Cherish. Chapter 14. The next day, Cherish was getting ready for work. She grabbed some toast and walked out of the kitchen. She came face to face with Bliss. Good morning, and goodbye. Cherish went to keep on walking, but she stopped when she heard what came out of Bliss's mouth. I can't believe you, Cherish. Cherish swung around and stared at her. What about? You know what you've done. I thought we were all good about that. Bliss narrowed her eyes. I'll never tell you anything again. No, better. I don't even talk to you ever again. Bliss stormed off and ran back up the stairs. Hey, wait! Levi opened the front door. Come on, Cherish. You'll be late for work if we don't leave now. Cherish looked over at Levi, who was giving her a ride to work. Did you hear that just now? No, what? Cherish just shook her head. Nothing. Then she walked outside with Levi and hurried over and climbed into the buggy.
Bliss is mad at me about something, and I don't even know what I did.
I don't know. She didn't say anything to me. She doesn't talk to me much these days, now that she's got so many sisters.
I just wish I knew what upset her.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure it will all blow over. You know how you girls are. Friends one minute and then squabbling over nothing the next minute.
I hope so.
Everyone should be happy. Surely the birth of the twins would make you girls forget your silly little problems with each other.
That's right. It should.
Cherish knew Bliss wasn't going to get over anything. She'd never seen her so upset. She was always so even-tempered and calm. Something was wrong. Was Bliss still upset over her finding the letters? Now Cherish wouldn't find out what it was until she got home from the cafe. It was going to bug her all day. When Cherish got home from the cafe, Bliss refused to speak with her. So Cherish was left wondering what she'd done wrong. Even Favor was acting weird. She was glad when she heard that Ada, Samuel, and Matthew were invited for the evening meal. Cherish was looking forward to Matthew being there. He always livened things up. When they arrived, Matthew stayed outside to look after the horse, while Ada and Samuel went inside. If they were going to be there for a long time, they always unhitched the buggy and let the horse out into the paddock. Cherish went out to give him a hand. Matthew looked up and saw her approaching. Cherish, what do you think about me staying on and working with Fairfax?
That would be good, but it's what you think about it that counts.
He started undoing the buckles of the harness. Fairfax said he could train me, and then I'd have a permanent job, except for 3 months of the year in the winter. What do I do?
What would you do if you went home?
Just do fill-in jobs here and there. There's not much work about, and I do like it here with the bigger community.
Stay here then.
Fairfax said he knows of someone who wants to live in his old cottage, and I could share with this other guy.
Okay, that sounds good.
I've never lived with anyone who's not family. Who would cook? Who would clean? We're both men. Once the horse was free, he led the horse to the paddock. Cherish laughed at him as she opened the gate.
You'd both talk about it and sort it out between yourselves. You can cook, can't you?
Never tried.
It's not that hard, Cherish told him.
I guess I'll have to learn.
Start watching people when they're cooking. See what to do.
Or am I making a mistake? He unclipped the horse and led him into the spare paddock. Where would God want me to be? I can't help thinking that I've been sent here for a reason. Cherish couldn't help smiling as they moved to the other side and she shut the gate. No one had sent Matthew. He came back with Samuel, Mom, and Ada after they'd visited his community.
You decided to come here for Hope's wedding, didn't you? That was your decision. God didn't force you.
That's right, but I mean in the grand scheme of things. Maybe God sent me here to meet a lady. Cherish didn't like the intense way he was staring at her. Did he mean that God sent him there for her?
Are you talking about you and Crystal? Because I don't think Crystal is ready for a relationship.
I wasn't thinking of her. Chapter 15. Cherish was dreadfully uncomfortable and had to change the subject.
What do you think you'll do, Matthew? Are you ready to leave home? And what will you do in the winter months when there's not much work in the orchard?
She just repeated all the questions he'd asked her, but in a different way. He didn't seem to notice. I'll have to save money so I've got enough for the downtime. I could find work somewhere in winter. There seems to be a lot happening around here, so much more than at home.
Sounds like you've got your mind made up.
Not really. I'm just looking at every angle. Cherish stood there staring at another horse and buggy that was approaching the house. This was Adam. She felt dreadful about what she knew about the letters, and she didn't want to face him. He must have been staying for the evening meal, too.
Let's go around to the back.
Who is that? Matthew asked.
It's Adam Weingart.
When Matthew and Cherish came through the back door, they saw Bliss hurrying out of the kitchen, pulling on her coat. Bliss was always pleased to see Adam, and she hadn't even expected to see him tonight. He said he was busy all week and wouldn't be able to see her until Friday. She walked over to his buggy just as he was getting out.
This is a nice surprise. I didn't think I'd see you tonight. I hope you've got an appetite. We've got pork chops and—"
"I'm not staying for dinner."
"You're not?"
He shook his head. "I heard something distressing, and I need to ask you if it's true."
She pulled her coat further around herself. "Let's sit in the barn where it's warmer."
It would also be a place where no one could hear them. She hoped Cherish hadn't told Adam as well. Once they were seated close together on a bale of hay, she looked up at him.
"What is it?"
"I heard that you've been getting love letters while we've been dating." Bliss's heart sank, and in that moment, she knew she was going to lose Adam. He was a serious man, and not one to stand for any kind of nonsense.
"It's true, but—"
"How could you do that?" She didn't have one good reason.
"I guess, to be truthful, I didn't know if we would last the distance. I was concerned that I wasn't good enough for you."
"Why wouldn't we last? I told you I was working hard to get something behind me, so I'd have something to build on for our future. Didn't I say that?" Bliss nodded.
"I know, but he'd started writing to me before you said that."
"And you kept writing to him?"
"For a little while. I haven't written to him for ages. It's been about a year or more. To me, it's all history. Ancient history."
"Not to me. I'm just learning about it. And what hurts the most is that I heard it from someone else."
"I'm sorry."
"How would you feel if you found out I was writing to some girl in a romantic way?" Bliss hung her head, wishing she could turn back time and make a different decision.
"I don't know."
"You'd feel pretty awful, wouldn't you?" She nodded.
"He was writing to me. I hardly wrote back to him at all, and in this last year, I haven't written to him, ever."
"Is that because he hasn't written to you?"
"No."
"But he hasn't written to you in the past year, has he?" She shook her head.
"No. Please, don't be mad."
"I'm not mad. I'm just deeply disappointed. I thought I'd found the woman I was going to marry. Now, I know I was wrong, and that scares me." He stood up.
"Why does it scare you?"
"I thought I could trust myself and my decisions."
"You can, and you can trust me."
She stood up too and grabbed his sleeve as he went to walk away.
"I'm sorry. Doesn't that mean something?"
He stopped and looked down at her. "It does. It means you're sorry. I'm sorry too. We're two sorry people, and two sorry people don't make a good couple. Goodbye, Bliss."
"No, it can't be goodbye."
She followed him to the buggy. Adam stopped and faced her. "I moved here for you. I set up my business here because of you. I mean, I didn't even think about starting a business before that time. It was all for you. I created it so I could stay here for you. Didn't all that mean anything? You were my future. That's why I'm here instead of back home. I loved you, Bliss." She held back tears the best she could. He'd never told her he loved her. Now, it was awful hearing it in the past tense. That meant he didn't love her now.
"We're good together. Really good. We both love rabbits,"
she said, grasping at any reason he might have to stay with her. "It's a shame you didn't think about that before you picked up that pen to write to John." John's name shot through her like a shaft of lightning, burning through the core of her being. He continued, "And I can only imagine how Debbie would feel about this. I'm just grateful I was told about it."
"You can't believe everything Cherish says. She exaggerates things. She always does. Tell me what she said, exactly, and I'll tell you if it's true."
"So Cherish knows about this too?"
"Isn't she the one who told you?"
Favor called me a few hours ago and told me. And I'm grateful to her for having the decency to save me from making a mistake that I'd regret for the rest of my life." He continued to his buggy, and she watched as he jumped in. When he drove away, her legs gave way underneath her, and she slumped to the ground. Chapter 16. Adam had made her life special. He was a spice in what otherwise would have been a boring and mundane life. Now he was gone, and it was all Cherish's fault for snooping. Mom came out of the house and ran up to her. "What's wrong?" She looked up into her stepmother's worried face.
"It's Adam. He's just broken up with me. He hates me now.
I can't believe that. The two of you are great together. You'll end up getting married to him. This is just a little bump in the road. Come in out of the cold or you'll catch your death."
Mom tried to lift her to her feet, but Bliss remained on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Bliss looked over to where Adam's buggy had gone. He'd left so quickly, his horse and buggy were already just a speck in the distance. "No, Mom. There are things you don't know about."
"Well, then you should tell me. A worry shared is a worry halved."
"I don't think anything could have this worry." Wilma tried again and managed to lift Bliss to her feet. She walked her back to the house, and because they had guests, Wilma took her up to her room where they could talk alone.
"Tell me, what's the matter?"
"He found out about the letters from John."
"What letters? Who's John?"
"John, who was married to Debbie. But he was writing to me before he married her."
Bliss took a deep breath and told Wilma everything. "I'm shocked."
Bliss explained her feelings and reasons for writing back to him.
"I can see why your fear led you to make an error in judgment. I blame Cherish for snooping. This isn't the first time she's caused an upheaval in the family for doing something like this. I'll have to come up with a punishment."
"No, please don't. I think she kept our secret in part. But the only thing was, I think she told Favor, who ended up telling Adam. Unless Cherish asked Favor to tell Adam so she wouldn't get the blame. Yes, that's it. She's always wanted Adam for herself."
"Stop right there. Haven't you learned your lesson?"
"What do you mean?"
Mom took a deep breath. "You didn't believe Debbie when she was telling you the truth about John. And now you're willing to believe something dreadful about Cherish before you know the full story."
"I see what you mean," Bliss huffed.
"We'll wait until our guests leave, and then we'll hear the truth from both Cherish and Favor."
"Okay, I guess I can wait a bit longer. But Cherish was always... She's always liked Adam and kept going on about seeing him first."
"I know that, but that doesn't mean she told Favor to tell Adam. You can't go around thinking the worst of people, even Cherish."
"You're right. I'm in a spiral now, thinking all bad things about everyone. Do you think Adam will get over this?"
"Yes. I'm sure he'll calm down and see that it's not really a big deal. It's nothing to worry about."
"I hope you're right. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll do. We were so perfect for each other, and now I've hurt him so much. I hope he'll be able to forgive me so we can go back to how we were before."
"He will. Now, dry your eyes because we have guests for dinner."
Bliss sniffed. "Okay, you go. I'll be down in a minute."
That night, Bliss didn't say much to anyone. She couldn't even look at Favor or Cherish, and she was too angry to confront them. She'd wait a day or so until she calmed down. After the meal, she told Mom she wasn't up to talking about it tonight. The next morning when Levi left the house, Mom got Debbie, Bliss, Favor, and Cherish gathered in the living room. Cherish thought they were going to discuss the making of the quilt, but she soon found out she was wrong. "We're all here because you all know about the letters John was writing to Bliss." Favor gasped.
"He was? I knew nothing about it."
"You do," Bliss said,
"because Adam said you were the one who told him."
"He did?"
Favor asked. "Yes, but what I want to know is why you told him."
Bliss stared at Favor.
"I thought he should know," she blurted out. "But why? What's it got to do with you?" Bliss asked.
Favor leaned back in the chair.
"I wouldn't like someone keeping a secret from me, and I think you should have told him. By keeping it from him, that would have been dishonest." "I was saving his feelings from getting hurt."
Bliss looked at Cherish.
"Did you tell Favor?"
Cherish's face screwed up.
"I never told anyone. I told you I'd keep it a secret."
"So, you didn't tell Favor to tell Adam?" Mom asked.
"No. Why would I do that? I haven't told one person."
"How did you find out about the letters then, Favor?" Mom asked. Cherish recalled seeing Favor hurrying down the stairs that night when Bliss had just finished telling her about the letters. I can tell you. She was listening at the door when Bliss told me about it. Isn't that right, Favor?
Favor shrugged.
I happened to hear something, but I wasn't deliberately listening. I heard it by accident because you've both got loud voices.
Favor told me about it too, Debbie said.
I'm grateful she did. I just want to know the truth about everything, no matter how painful it is. I hate being kept in the dark. Sometimes in life, the truth is better left to be told by the people involved, Mom said to Favor.
Yeah, but Bliss might never have told Adam, and that would have been a sin. So I helped her. Debbie just said she'd rather know too, Favor said.
Adam broke up with me, Favor. Is that what you want?
Favor glared at Bliss.
Don't blame me. I wasn't the one who wrote to John. I just thought things would be better out in the open. Nothing is hidden that doesn't come to light. Adam broke up with you? Cherish asked.
Bliss nodded.
He's probably just a bit shocked. Give him a couple of days and everything will be back to normal, Mom said.
Bliss shook her head.
You didn't see the look on his face. He was so upset. His eyes weren't loving. He looked at me as though I was a stranger, and not a very nice stranger. It was awful. I wish I never wrote to John at all.
Me too, said Debbie.
I tried to tell you that he was dating me in secret. I know, and I should have listened.
We should never doubt each other, Mom told them all.
Cherish sat there, feeling sorry for Bliss. It was awful for Adam to find that out. But how much did he know? Did he know that John used a different name on the envelope for the sender?
My life is ruined, said Bliss. Adam was the only man I've ever loved, and I just knew how awful I'd feel if he decided not to marry me. For a little while, it made me feel better to be writing to John.
He was your backstop? Cherish said.
Something like that.
I'm sorry for you, Bliss, Debbie said.
But it's really hard for me to keep hearing John's name like this. It just shows me that he was never serious about me. It's painful, but at least I know. The only thing I'm pleased about is that he never wrote once we were married. That would have been far, far worse.
Everyone agreed with that.
You have your baby now, Mom told Debbie, and you have your tea to keep you occupied in your spare time.
I'm grateful for both.
Chapter 17. At the next Sunday meeting, Bliss hoped for a chance to talk with Adam. Everyone had told her he'd calm down after a while, but Bliss knew him better than anyone, and she feared he never would. It had been days since they'd seen each other. They used to see each other at least 3 times a week. After the service, when everyone was eating, Bliss made sure she was by herself so it would be easier for Adam to approach her. After 15 minutes sitting alone, she looked over at him. He was still busy talking to one of his friends, and he probably hadn't even so much as looked in her direction. Joy walked over to her, holding Faith. "What are you doing alone?"
Adam and I are through. It seems so anyway.
"Really?" Joy sat down with her and Bliss unburdened herself with the story of what had happened. "I don't know what to say." Faith reached out for Bliss, and she took her and sat her on her lap.
Say I'm an idiot. It's okay. That's how I'm feeling,
Bliss sighed. "I can understand both sides. How does Debbie feel about John writing to you?"
Pretty awful. She's not said too much, but I know it adds up with all her bad feelings about John.
"I guess so." Faith started tugging on Bliss's cap strings, so Bliss flipped them behind her back.
He didn't do the right thing by her. But how can I talk? I haven't done the right thing by Adam, have I?
"It's not that bad. It's not the end of the world."
That's what it feels like. It's been days and Adam hasn't come to the house.
"What's the last thing he said to you?" Joy asked.
He said we were through and he can't trust me.
"I'm sure he didn't mean it."
Here we are. He's over there and I'm over here. What do you think about that?
Joy smiled. "Don't worry. It'll all work out in time. You two are perfect together."
We were. Now he doesn't trust me.
I've disappointed him and let him down. And poor Debbie. I probably should have told her sooner that he'd written to me and was writing to me. I should have told her as soon as she told us she was secretly married to him. But by then, he'd died, so it didn't seem like it mattered anymore.
We all make mistakes and we learn from them, Joy said.
I don't mind learning from mistakes, but I've made a mistake that has changed my whole life.
That's a little dramatic. It'll all work out in time. Bliss breathed out heavily.
How much time?
You'll have to wait patiently. Don't go to him. He'll need as much time as it takes. Joy looked around. Who knows about this?
Favor, Cherish, and Debbie.
Is that all?
Mom and Ada too by now, I suppose.
Don't take all this blame on yourself. John is to blame too.
I know, but he's not around to answer to anyone. Besides, he didn't write to me after he married Debbie.
That is good. Otherwise, this whole thing would be so much worse.
Much worse? See, it is bad. Even you think so.
Bliss sighed. I told you I don't think it's irreversibly bad. I can understand that Adam feels hurt, but he'll think it through and he'll understand why you did it. And if he doesn't, do you really want to be with a man who judges you so harshly and expects you to be so perfect?
It's not like that, Joy. We're talking about Adam. He is perfect. Why wouldn't he want a perfect wife? I thought I could be perfect for him.
When you explained it to me, I understood. So don't you think he'll understand too? Bliss shrugged her shoulders. Cherish looked over at Bliss and saw her talking to Joy. Bliss had tears in her eyes, and Cherish knew she was upset over Adam. Then Cherish searched for Adam and saw him sitting, talking to his friend Andrew Weeks, who was also his business partner. Adam was smiling at what they were talking about and seemed quite unaffected by his recent upset with Bliss. Cherish knew she had to do something to help the situation. But what? She couldn't approach Adam there in front of everyone. She'd go to his work sometime this week and talk to him. She'd find out what he was thinking about Bliss, and she could try to make him change his point of view. Bliss was a wonderful person, and all she had to do was remind Adam of exactly how wonderful Bliss was. Chapter 18. The next morning, Cherish wanted to put her plan into action. She was spurred on by Bliss not coming down for breakfast because she was crying in her room. "Who's going to talk with Bliss?" Mom asked the girls at the breakfast table.
I tried, and she told me to go away,
Favor said. Levi raised his hands in the air. "She doesn't want to talk with me either. Do we know why Adam made this decision?" Everyone looked at each other. No one wanted to tell Levi. Debbie suddenly said,
I'd go up to her, but I might not be the best person for her to confide in right now.
"Looks like it's up to you, Cherish," Mom said. "Okay, I'll do my best." Mom took hold of a tray. "I've got her breakfast here. She said she's not hungry, but she has to eat something." Cherish drained the last of her coffee and then grabbed the tray and headed up the stairs. She took a deep breath before she knocked gently on Bliss's door.
Go away.
"It's me. Let me in. I've got an idea." The door opened and Cherish walked through and set the tray of food on the nightstand.
What idea?
Bliss asked as she sat back onto her bed. "I can go to see Adam. Adam and I get along pretty well. We always have."
What will you say?
"I can say I'm there to ask him to make me a cage for Timmy and Tommy. I've been meaning to get them a bigger cage anyway, and then we'll see what he says. I won't bring you up in the conversation, but I'm sure he will, and I'll tell him all good things about you."
I suppose it can't hurt.
"No, it can't. And you know I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be." Bliss smiled.
Thanks, Cherish.
"Now eat something. If I had to take a full tray downstairs, Mom will worry all day. Besides, you're fading away to a shadow. A shadow of a shadow, if that's even possible." Bliss looked at the scrambled eggs on toast.
I'm feeling a little better. I might have some of it.
Cherish picked up the tray and placed it on Bliss's knees.
Bliss picked up the cup and had a mouthful of coffee, and then she picked up her knife and fork.
I'll have to tell Mom I'm going into town, and I hope she'll let me off the chores. You know how she's been lately. I do feel I should do it today. No point in waiting longer. Strike while the iron's hot, and all that.
Bliss said, "Please tell Mom it's important. I just want him to see things from my point of view, and I think you're the very person he'll listen to. You're a good talker."
Thanks, Bliss. I like to think so.
"I just hope it works, or I don't know what I'll do."
Bliss loaded up her fork with toast and eggs and placed it into her mouth.
When she finished chewing and swallowing, she said, "Sorry that I thought it was you who told Adam."
Apology accepted.
Cherish headed out of the bedroom, working on what she'd say to Mom to get part of the day to herself. The only way that Cherish could convince her mother to give her time off was to tell the truth about where she was going. At first, Wilma was doubtful, but when she heard that Bliss actually wanted her to talk with Adam, Wilma allowed it. Cherish got out of the buggy when she arrived at Adam's factory, where he made all kinds of metal enclosures. On the way there, she had thought up all kinds of reasons he shouldn't cast Bliss aside, but she had to wait for the right time to raise the subject. She walked to the doorway and looked inside. Adam had just finished welding something. Then he looked over and saw her. He pulled off his helmet and smiled at her. Cherish's heart beat faster, being reminded exactly how handsome he was. She felt the same as when she'd seen him for that very first time. His dark golden hair framed his face perfectly. If only he'd fallen in love with her back then instead of Bliss. If he had, she never would have written to anyone else. "Hi, Cherish, what brings you here?" She snapped out of her daydream and took a step toward him. He put down his tools and headed over to her. "Do you want a bigger enclosure for your birds?"
Yes,
Cherish said without thinking. Then her tongue started running away with her before her brain caught up.
They do have the large cage that you've seen, but I was thinking that in summer we could put them outside in a larger aviary at the side of the house under the shade of a tree. That would make my mother happy because you've seen how she hates Timmy. Now there's Tommy, so there's double the birds to hate.
He laughed. "How big would you like the aviary?"
About this big?"
Cherish showed him with her hands. "It'll be about 3 weeks before we can start on it. Is that okay? We've got a lot of orders to get through, and there's still just the two of us." That would give her time to save up for it.
That would be perfect. It's for the warmer weather anyway, so there's no hurry.
He took out a tape measure and showed her the dimensions. "How's that?"
Perfect.
"And I'll put a solid roof on it."
Sounds good. Yes, a solid roof rather than an unsolid one.
"I'll work out how much it'll cost, and I can let you know next time I see you."
Cherish tried to stop smiling. You could come to the house and let me know.
He shook his head. "Can't do that."
Yes, you can. Come there anytime and let me know.
He frowned at her. "You know why I can't do that. Bliss and I are through. It's best we keep our distance for a time." That was the opening she'd been waiting for. He'd brought up Bliss's name.
For now? You can't mean that you're through forever.
"It's not a good idea for us to talk about this."
I think it's a very good idea. Did you even listen to her reasons why she did what she did?
There can't be any reason in the world good enough for her to be writing to another man while she's in a relationship with me. So that's the end of it. He used his hands to emphasize his last point. Cherish had no idea he'd be this adamant.
Try to see things from her end.
He shook his head. "I appreciate you trying to be a peacemaker or whatever you're doing, but I've made up my mind and I'm not going to unmake it. Do you really want an aviary, or is this an excuse to put Bliss's side of things to me?"
I do want an aviary. That's why I've come here.
"Okay, I can make you one, but I'm not changing my mind about Bliss. She really let me down. I'm still getting over the shock. Worst thing is, I can't tell anyone why we're not together. I don't want to ruin her reputation and bring shame upon your family."
Why are you so stubborn?
"I'm not stubborn. I've got standards that I live by." Cherish studied his face. Was he saying that Bliss had no standards?
Bliss is the most wonderful woman in the world. She's the best person I know.
This is the only questionable thing she's ever done in her whole life, if you can call it questionable.
It's really nothing. Are you prepared to lose her forever? You'll never find anyone as good as her ever again.
It doesn't matter if I never find anyone. If she's the best woman in the world, you're saying what she did was acceptable. I'd rather go without. I have other priorities in life. Cherish wasn't going to give up. He had to go back in his mind to how he fell in love with Bliss.
Why did you move here?
I came back here for Bliss. Obviously, I didn't know the real Bliss, and now I do. I know what you're saying, and she does have a lot of good qualities, but not the ones that matter to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. He asked again, Do you really want an aviary?
Cherish nodded. I do, just like you described, with the roof and all. It'll keep the birds out of the house for some months of the year, and that'll make my mother happy.
He chuckled. She complains about the birds every time I'm there. I mean, every time I was there. I'll work out how much it'll be and let you know before I make a start on it. I'll do a special price for you. I'll see you at one of the meetings, unless you want to stop by in a couple of days.
I'll come back. Thanks for the special price. I'll go now, but please think about what I said about Bliss.
She was going home a failure. She'd have to face Bliss and tell her it was hopeless. He walked outside with her. I've been doing a lot of thinking over the past few days, and I still haven't changed my mind about her.
What if she let you read his letters?
I don't care. We'll never read what she wrote to him, and that's what I'm concerned about. That's what I was concerned about when I still cared. I'm putting her out of my mind. Then they were at her horse and buggy, and she had nothing left to say but goodbye. When she climbed into the buggy, Adam said, The funny thing was, I left this community to go home, and Bliss's letter brought me back. Then I find out later that you wrote that letter. He shook his head. I was deceived all along by you and by her.
But she didn't know I wrote that letter. She only found out later.
I know that, but it's ironic. A letter got Bliss and me together, and letters tore us apart. Adam strode back into his workshop. As Cherish drove away, she realized it was very possible that Bliss and Adam weren't going to reconcile. Cherish couldn't imagine it. Bliss would never get over it. If Adam and Bliss were never going to get back together, then Cherish would have to find her someone else. But finding someone better than Adam was not going to be easy. To soften the dreadful news to Bliss, Cherish took a detour to the nearest coffee shop and bought Bliss her favorite coffee and a pretty pink cupcake. The minute Cherish arrived home, Bliss was at the door of the buggy. How'd it go? Bliss looked so hopeful that it made Cherish feel even worse. Chapter 19. Cherish got out of the buggy, and then she leaned over and picked up the bag that held the cupcake and also the coffee. Then she stood facing Bliss.
I got you coffee and a pink cupcake.
Bliss's mouth turned down at the corners.
That means it didn't go well. It didn't go that bad.
Cherish frowned, thinking about all the awful things that Adam had said about Bliss.
No, it didn't go very well. He's very stubborn. Maybe over time he'll rethink things.
Bliss took the coffee and the cake from Cherish.
Thanks for this.
She took a mouthful of coffee.
I've been too upset to eat. I guess I have to eat something.
Of course you do. Bliss leaned against the buggy.
This is so awful. I feel like such a failure. I was so scared of losing him, and now it's happened. I've lost him. I never knew you were scared. It's not something I'd tell someone. Stay and talk to me while I unhitch the buggy. Okay, I'd help, but I'm eating.
Cherish laughed.
That's fine. I'm used to doing it by myself. You were right about me and Debbie. It feels awful that I'm the bad one. You're not the bad one. It was John's fault. He shouldn't have been talking to you at all. I know. I'm just weak-minded. I'm a weak person. Everyone gets tempted. Yeah, and I took up the temptation.
I was sucked into the thing. Believe me, Cherish, I didn't know he was dating Debbie at the time, or even that he liked her. But that's not the only problem. I know I shouldn't have kept writing to him. I feel like such a fool. She took a bite from the cupcake. It's done, and you can't change it. Just forget Adam for a while and think about something else. At least you and Debbie are fine now. We are. I feel good about that. She doesn't have any siblings, and I don't have any sisters. Yes, you do. You have me and all my sisters. I know, but I don't have any that aren't stepsisters, so I should be closer to Debbie. And we were once, until I ruined it. You'll have to put everything in the past and look to the future. You've got a great future ahead of you. Cherish smiled, trying to encourage Bliss to be happy. All I see is doom. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be depressing, but it'll take me a while to get over Adam. Do you think there's any hope at all? Cherish looked away. She couldn't lie to her, even though she wanted to do just that to save her feelings. It didn't sound good from what he said. I thought that, but I was still hoping. Thanks for going to talk with him. I appreciate it. I was happy to do it. I'm just upset that I didn't have any better news for you. I don't understand it. I'm normally good at talking people into things. It's fine. Bliss took another mouthful of coffee. Will you do something else for me, Cherish? Sure. Tell me exactly what he said, word for word. Cherish froze. How could she? I don't remember exactly what he said. Tell me what you remember. Cherish swallowed hard. I don't want to tell you. Don't make me. He is not happy, that's all I want to say. Is it that bad? Cherish nodded. I have to know. I need to know exactly. Please. I asked you to go there for me. If I have to get over him, hearing what he said about me might be the best way to do it. After a long, slow, deep breath, Cherish began. He said he was disappointed in you, and he's putting you out of his mind. I said that he'd never get anyone as good as you. He said he didn't care. He had other priorities. Bliss kept quiet. Cherish saw it hurt her, but maybe Bliss was right that she should hear it so she could move on. It would take a big miracle for these two to get back together, considering Adam's attitude. Anything else? Please, tell me anything awful he said about me, because that will help me. When I was about to leave, he said it was odd that a letter got the two of you together and letters broke you up. Okay, that's enough. There really is no more, not that I can remember. Cherish rubbed down the horse and led him into his stable. Then she walked to the house with Bliss. As soon as they were inside, Bliss held her stomach. Take this, will you? She handed Cherish the empty take-out coffee cup and the bag the cupcake had come in. I'm feeling a bit sick. I might go up to my room for a while. Good idea. Have a rest. Do you want me to bring you up anything? She shook her head. I just want to be alone. Cherish stood there and watched her stepsister walk up the stairs. This was all her fault. Cherish knew that now. If only she hadn't needed to know what the cause of the tension was between Bliss and Debbie. None of this would have happened if she hadn't been in Bliss's room and found those letters. Then Cherish realized something else. Bliss was so kind-hearted, she didn't even blame her or hold anything against her. She'd never be as nice as Bliss. Why couldn't Adam see the real Bliss? Movement from the living room caught her eye. It was Levi, sitting in his usual chair, and he'd just put the paper down. What are you doing, just standing there like that? He asked. Cherish moved forward and then sat down on the couch. I'm just worried about Bliss. Oh, yes, Adam. She'll get over him. It'll just take time. I guess anyone could get over anything if they had to. Not much anyone can do about it. Cherish nodded. She knew that firsthand. It's just sad. Bliss is such a truly good person, and she deserves to have what she wants in life. We get what God gives us, no more and no less. He looked down at the rubbish in her hands.
Been wasting your money on takeout again?
I have. It was for Bliss. I thought it might cheer her up.
Did it?
I don't think so. It might have made her feel sick.
Chapter 20. Bliss had to go to her room and be alone for a while. She'd been so hopeful when Cherish first started telling her what Adam had said. But then, when she heard the words come out of Cherish's mouth, it was her worst nightmare realized. It made Bliss angry with Adam, and she wanted to give him a good telling off. How could he treat her like this and not give her a second chance? Bliss couldn't help crying, and in the privacy of her own room, she allowed the tears to flow. Adam had become such a big part of her life. He was the first thing she thought about in the morning and the last thing she thought about at night. Now, she had a huge hole in her heart. If only she hadn't been drawn to John that last time she'd visited Debbie. She'd been much younger then. John had started writing to her even before her father had married Wilma, and John had come up with the plan to write under a false name. Everything about it had started with deception. She could see that now, but at the time, John's letters had made her feel loved and appreciated. That had been what she needed after her mother died. John's attention went a little way toward filling that hole in her heart. When Adam came into her life, she didn't tell him she was writing to John because she and John weren't dating. They were only writing. She didn't know it would all blow up like this. And then John's letters suddenly stopped, so then there was even less reason to tell Adam. Even though all these reasons seemed reasonable to her, she could see why Adam couldn't understand. Hope could have helped with all this, but she was on her way to see Mercy and Honor. Out of all the girls, Bliss felt she was closest with Hope. While Bliss was in her room feeling upset, Cherish walked into the kitchen and told Debbie and Mom how she'd been to see Adam, and it hadn't gone well. On hearing there was no hope of patching things up, Debbie said she'd go up to Bliss's room and talk with her. Debbie felt bad for making such a fuss over the letters. Nothing about this was Bliss's fault. It was all John's fault, and the ramifications of his stupid decisions were still affecting people. Debbie knocked lightly on her cousin's door. "Come in." Debbie opened the door, walked in, and closed it behind her. Bliss had been lying down, but she sat up when she saw Debbie. Wiping her eyes, Bliss said, "I thought it was Cherish." "No, it's me. Cherish told us about Adam." Bliss looked down at her hands. "Soon everyone will know." "It's okay if family know, isn't it?" "Yes, I guess so," Debbie said. "What you need is someone else to think about. It's helped me having Peter White to take me out and fuss over me. Maybe you need your own Peter White." "No one can replace Adam." "You don't know that. There might be someone out there who's even better than Adam." "It's not even possible, and the thought is depressing. I appreciate you coming here and trying to be nice to me after what I did." Debbie sat on the bed next to her. "It's a complicated situation. I don't blame you for any of it." "Thanks. I wish it had never happened. I don't like being all depressed like this. I'm just getting used to my life without Adam. I used to spend all my spare time with him. What will I do now?" "Find something else to do. Wilma's talking about sewing another quilt. You could do that." "It'll hardly be the same." "No, it won't, but it will fill up your mind." Debbie put her arm around Bliss and hugged her. Bliss put her head on her cousin's shoulder. "I hope we can go back to being close, like we used to be." "There's no reason why we can't." At that moment, Jared started crying. "I better go. He's due for a feeding." "Thanks for the talk, Debbie. What you said makes sense. I'll keep busy and try not to think about him. Let me know if I can do anything to help." "Thanks." Debbie walked out, and then Bliss was alone again with her thoughts. She did feel better that everything was out in the open, and she'd had a good talk with Debbie. When she found out about Debbie and John's secret marriage, she'd wondered if Debbie had been telling her the truth on her last visit to her. Now, she knew she had been truthful about John all along.
Why couldn't she have just believed her? She'd been swayed by John's dynamic personality and his good looks. She should never have let a man come between herself and Debbie. That was an expensive lesson to learn because it had cost her Adam's love. Bliss moved to the window and looked out at the orchard. From there, she could see the tops of the branches reaching heavenward. It was winter now, and the branches were bare. Just looking outside made her cold. The gray sky didn't help one bit. How she ached for night to come so she could go to sleep and not think about Adam. It was all very well for people to say that she should keep busy, but nothing would keep her mind from drifting off to Adam. The worst part of it was, what if he got another girlfriend? She would have to move away. Maybe she could move to the farm with Cherish. That thought made Bliss feel so much better. If life got too tough, she'd suggest Cherish move to the farm earlier than she'd planned. The two of them could work on the farm together. Now that she had a glimmer of a plan for her future, she headed down to the kitchen to help with the evening meal. Chapter 21. That night, Cherish stayed up late to watch Debbie blend tea. It was nice of Peter to take me to the tea place, but it was overwhelming.
In what way?
Cherish asked. Hearing what would happen if my tea business got bigger. I'd have to buy huge loads in bulk, hire people to blend the tea, and before that happens, think about packaging. It was a lot. Debbie sighed. I envisioned myself just doing this, at the kitchen counter and selling some packets of tea from the shop. Would I be capable of running a larger business?
You can do it if that's what you want. Look at what you've been through in life already. If you can have a baby and go through all that stuff with John, you can run a large tea business.
Debbie laughed. Do you think so?
I do, and I love the rose tea you make. That would sell so well.
The owner gave me a lot of good advice. He said I should get my flavors first. I need a focus group. Cherish frowned.
What?
A group of people who aren't my friends or family. People who will tell me what they really think. That's my first step.
How many different teas have you made so far?
Only 5. Where would I even find these strangers to try my tea?
We could have used customers who come into the shop, but it's not opening again until spring. What about at the next meeting?
No, they're people I know. I need strangers.
We could hire a table at the farmer's market, and people could vote on which tea they liked, and we could have a form for them to fill out where they could comment about each one.
Cherish, you're a genius.
Cherish smiled. If you say so.
But that would cost money.
Not if we put the table outside the farmer's market, in the parking lot, and then we wouldn't have to pay anyone.
I like the sound of that. We'd need a fold-up table, disposable cups, and forms for people to fill out.
You design the form. I'll go to the library and put it in a format and then print off loads of copies.
You can do that?
Of course. I'll do that tomorrow.
Wilma walked into the kitchen.
Mom, tomorrow I need to go to the library for Debbie. We can do that after we go to the furniture store. I'm interested in that chair you saw. You say it matched my couch? It looked like an exact match.
Mom put her finger up to her lips.
Not a word to Levi. It'll be a big surprise. We'll also go to the fabric store again, and then we'll go to Gertie's store to look at her quilts. I don't want our second quilt to be like our first and take years to think about before we actually started it.
Cherish was pleased. That would fill up a whole day and get her out of a whole bunch of chores. Chapter 22. The next day, it had taken Wilma 2 hours to choose the fabric, even though they decided to make it exactly the same as Debbie's quilt. Now they had decided to go with the pattern of Debbie's quilt, but different colors. Wilma and the shop assistant, Marilyn, had taken a long time to work out the yardage needed for each different fabric. The whole time, Cherish stuck to her mother's side, trying to appear interested, when she couldn't be more bored. It was fun sewing quilts at home, but shopping for everything to do with the quilts was torturous. Once they got into the buggy, Cherish hoped her mother would suggest they stop somewhere on the way home for a bite to eat. That would make the day a whole lot brighter.
I know what we should do now,
Mom said. Cherish had just sat in the driver's seat.
What?
Cherish held her breath, hoping she'd at least suggest stopping for coffee.
Why don't we take a look around Crystal's quilt shop? You already said we'd do that. Anyway, it's not Crystal's quilt shop, it's Gertie's. I know that. You don't have to be so correct all the time. You want me to make mistakes? You know that's not what I mean. Adults are confusing. I think you're a little jealous of Crystal. Me? Jealous of Crystal? No, that's ridiculous. There is nothing to be jealous of. She's very pretty, and she has an engaging personality. Don't you think so? I haven't noticed. I'm still upset with her for wanting to write about our family, and we still don't know that she won't do that in the future. I don't trust her one bit. That's why I'm glad I don't have a brother, and all my half-brothers are married, because the worst thing would be if he married Crystal.
Mom stared at her.
That's a dreadful thing to say. Maybe I'm a dreadful person. Just like the poor girl, will you? Everyone else does. I know what she did was wrong, but she's been given another chance.
Cherish sighed. I'll do my best to try.
I'm not convinced.
Neither am I.
Anyway, I'd like to look at all the quilts. Gertie and her friends are the best quilt makers in the community. We're making the same quilt over again for Hope, but maybe next time we'll have the confidence to try something a little more difficult.
Cherish steered the horse and buggy onto the road.
Who will the difficult one be for? It'll be for Joy, so she doesn't feel that she's always missing out. And after we go there, where shall we go?
Wilma stared at her.
Home, of course, unless you want to visit Ada.
Cherish shook her head.
Not especially.
Mom chuckled. Cherish pulled up the buggy outside the quilt shop. Then Mom and Cherish made their way into the store. There was no one shopping inside, and Crystal was sitting behind a computer screen. The bishop had allowed Gertie a computer and electricity in her store. Crystal jumped to her feet when she saw them and headed over to say hello.
We're not here to buy,
Wilma told her.
We're here to look. We're here to pinch designs,
Cherish added.
Crystal laughed. That's fine. All the designs are traditional ones, so pinch away.
While Mom looked around, Crystal grabbed Cherish's arm and pulled her to one side.
Hey, is it true that Bliss and Adam have split up? Yes, but not for long. It's only a temporary thing. They'll get back together. Who says so?
Crystal asked.
Me, that's who.
Crystal stared at her.
She's silly to let him go.
Unless... Did he break up with her?
I'm not saying a thing. It's no one's business but theirs.
He did.
So, he broke up with her. Why?
Crystal set her beady eyes on Cherish.
For a reason that you'll never know. So, there was a reason.
Crystal bit her lip and looked off to the side.
I guess there's always some reason why, so it's not like you're a genius for figuring that out. Don't go doing anything to make a fool of yourself.
Crystal pulled her shoulders back.
Why would I? I meant, don't go chasing him. I don't need to chase any man. They come to me.
Cherish laughed.
Oh yeah? I see them lining up for you. But seriously, keep away from him because they are getting back together.
Are they taking a break? Asked Crystal.
Something like that. Come on, Cherish, I need to know details.
Cherish shook her head.
Just keep away from him. You're not the boss of me. I'll do what I want. I'm going to talk with him if I choose to.
There's nothing wrong with talking. Crystal smirked at Cherish from under her dark lashes. Crystal then went back to working on her computer, and then Cherish wondered if she could save herself a visit to the library. Cherish walked over to Crystal.
It would be so nice to be so good at the computer. I wish I was that clever. It's just knowing what to do. It's not hard. Anyone can do it. Can you show me? What do you want to know?
Cherish pulled out the rough sketch that Debbie had done for the tea forms. I'm a little bit embarrassed. Debbie asked me to go to the library and print this out. She thinks I know stuff on the computer. Give it here, Crystal grinned. This is easy. Really? You can do that? It'll take me 2 seconds. Wow! Can I watch? Sure. It ended up taking a few minutes, not seconds, but Crystal had done it. You're so good at this. I'll need some copies of that. How would I do that? How many copies? I can print them out for you. I could do 2 to a page, so you'd only have to cut down the center. Could you do 50? Sure. We've got a ton of paper here. Cherish smiled. 100 opinions from strangers on Debbie's tea should be enough. Mom called out, Help me look at the quilts, Cherish. Tell me what design you think Joy would like. Cherish walked over to her mother. I'm not really sure what she'd like. Maybe we should ask her and come back another day. I think we should choose because we'll be the ones making it for her. No, we won't come back another day. We're here now, so we should make the most of it. Chapter 23. Cherish stood with her arms folded. She was through with shopping. I'm really hungry, and I don't think I can wait until we get home. We could stop somewhere if you'd like. Could we? Cherish asked. Yes, I think we deserve it after our big job at the fabric store. Me too. Thanks, Mom. I'll make sure you get the best caramel latte they can make. You can choose where we go. You know the places around here better than I do. I thought we'd go to my work. You can meet all the people I work with, and we can use my employee discount. Mom smiled. That sounds perfect. I've always wanted to see where you work. Now, just concentrate on the quilt for 1 moment and forget about your tummy. We need to make hopes fast, then we'll make a different one for Joy. That's why we're here. We're choosing a pattern we like. That'll stop Joy complaining that she's left out. Okay, I like that one. Cherish pointed to a dark one with starbursts. I don't. Cherish stared at her mother. Why did you bring me if you're not going to listen to my opinion? I brought you because I like your company. I've only got you and Favor left now. I want to spend as much time with the both of you as I possibly can. Oh. Cherish wasn't sure she liked the sound of that. She liked the freedom that came with being just one of the girls. Now it felt like the pressure was on. Mom stared at her. You don't sound happy about it. Of course I am. I'm looking forward to spending more time with you, Mom. I know you don't want to do that. You'd rather spend time with your friends. Just wait until you have a child, and then they get up and leave you. It's heart-wrenching. Did you feel like that when Florence left? It was dreadful when she left. I felt as though a knife was driven through my heart. I don't know what her father would think about her leaving like she did. She just ran off without a care for any of us. She did everything with the orchard and the house, and other things I couldn't do. Then I had to take over and add what she did to my other duties. It wasn't easy. I remember that we were all in shock, but it ended up okay. You married Levi, and then Bliss was added to our family. And now Debbie has come along too. The best part is Florence is happy. She's chasing riches, if you ask me. Why do they need 3 orchards? They don't. If you'll remember, Mom, they didn't have anything to do with our orchard when they planted their own. Then why did they have to buy the Jenkins orchard? Because Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins were selling it, and it made sense at the time. Besides, I'm pretty sure that Carter already has all the money they'll ever need. I don't think they're looking for more. It's about the satisfaction. Florence loves orchards and always has. She got that from Dot. Will I ever be able to say anything that you'll agree with, Cherish? Mom asked. Yes, when you're right. Mom put her hand over her mouth and laughed. Being right is a matter of opinion. You have yours and I have mine. It would be nice if we were more alike. I don't know who you take after, but it's not me. It's Aunt Dagmar, of course. I thought you knew that. No, she was very grim and bossy. You're not like that at all.
Well, you might be a little bossy, but you're not so serious all the time. After I got to know her, she didn't seem so serious anymore. And why do I have to take after anyone? Can't I just be myself? Mom smiled. Yes, just be yourself. Now stop talking so I can concentrate. Crystal stepped forward and interrupted them. The starburst quilt is a popular one, or the double circle. See, Crystal likes the starburst one too. Wilma looked at both of Crystal's suggestions. I'm just judging how hard they'd be to sew. Oh, don't worry about that, Wilma. You wouldn't need to be concerned if you just bought one of these, and then you'd have loads of free time to do other things. I'll give you a good price on any one of these. I'll even let you pay it off over time. Thank you, Crystal. That's very generous. But we like to do things as a family. That's why we're doing the project. The sewing is part of the gift. Crystal put her hand over her heart. Oh, pardon me, but when you said you needed to finish them quickly, I thought it was more important to have one instantly. Mom pressed her lips together. Cherish said, No, she didn't mean that. We like to do them as a family, but still do them quickly. Mom spoke up. That's right. And it's teaching the younger girls some skills at the same time. I'm learning new things too. Okay, but don't forget, if you change your mind, I can give you a super good discount. Thanks, Crystal, Cherish said. But we won't be needing to buy a quilt. How are they selling? Not so great today. We're having a slow week. Cherish frowned and almost felt sorry for her. Almost. Crystal went back to her computer and left them alone for a while. So many to choose from, Mom said. Too many choices. Cherish had another look. Just choose one. Joy won't care. They're all nice. I'll need to go away and think about it now that I've seen them all together. I'll talk it over with Ada. Crystal called out. They're all printed out now, Cherish. Thanks so much. I'll pay for the paper. I know it's expensive. Cherish went to get the money from her bag, but Crystal wouldn't hear of it. It's fine. We all do each other favors in this community. Are you sure? Of course. Crystal handed the bundle of papers over to her. Thank you again. Cherish took up her bundle and Crystal walked her and Wilma to the door. After that, Cherish felt exhausted, but Mom seemed to have gathered more energy. They were walking to the buggy, and Cherish had to walk quickly to keep up with her. I haven't seen much of Ada lately, Mom. Where's she been? I don't know. We should stop by and see her on our way home. Yes, that's what we'll do instead of going to your cafe. No, Cherish whined. Now she'd be stuck at Ada's house for the rest of the afternoon. You said we'd go to the cafe. They'll make you the caramel latte you love. I changed my mind. The money we'd spend at the cafe could go toward that lovely chair you saw. We'll take a look at it now, and if I like it, I'll buy it today. Cherish breathed out heavily. This is disappointing. Wilma laughed. You're blessed if food is your biggest disappointment. Now you mention it, it's not. When will I be able to go back to my farm? Wilma sighed. I don't know. We've got so much going on with the new twins, Debbie's baby, and other things. The babies don't affect me, and I can take some of the quilt to work on while I'm away. I wonder if Ada will take me. She did like talking to Annie's mother. She can visit with them all she likes. It wouldn't be fair to ask her. She and Samuel took you the last time, Mom said. Then who? I don't know. It's not really necessary that you go, is it? Malachi is managing everything just fine. Yes, I need to go. It's my farm. Who knows what he's doing? Mom gave her a sidelong glance. So it's Malachi you want to see, or the farm? Cherish huffed. How could you even ask? It's the farm, of course. They reached the buggy, and then they headed to the furniture store. Wilma saw the chair and loved it. She bought it then and there, and the store workers put it into the buggy for them. It only just fit. As they drove to Ada's house, Wilma said, I'm so pleased to be getting rid of Levi's old chair. It was way too big for the room, and you've seen the condition it's in. It needs recovering, and it's really much cheaper to buy a whole new chair. Levi will love it. I know. We just have to figure out how to get it into the house without him seeing. He loves surprises.
When they turned onto Ada and Samuel's driveway, they saw a visiting horse and buggy. Cherish recognized the horse right away.
It's Simon. Oh, he's a nice young man. I wonder where he's staying. I'm not sure. He did say, but I don't remember.
Cherish was a little nervous about seeing him again.
Should we just keep going? Maybe they don't want to be disturbed. Nonsense. I haven't seen Ada in a couple of days, and I've got so much to tell her.
Wilma wasted no time in heading to the house. Once inside, they ate sandwiches and cookies, while Wilma came up with an elaborate plan regarding the new chair, wherein everyone would come to the house. Ada would keep Levi busy with something, while Samuel and Simon carried the new chair into the house. They'd take the old one away, too. When they were all leaving Ada's place, Cherish got her chance to talk with Simon alone. "Pretty big fuss about a chair," he said.
Levi does a lot of sitting and reading the papers. My mother wants him to have a nice chair. The other one is so old it's falling apart.
It's nice that your mother still cares about your father so much.
He's my stepfather.
He scratched his head. Sorry, I knew that. I meant nice that she still cares about her husband.
They've been married for a few years, not that many. I suppose their feelings are staying alive.
Cherish knew it was more about her mother wanting the living room to look nice, but she wasn't going to tell Simon that.
I hope you don't mind helping out. You don't have to.
He smiled. I said I would. It's no trouble. What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm going to the farmer's market to help Debbie with her tea. We're setting up a table in the parking lot, and we're getting strangers to sample her tea. We're doing a survey to see which ones people like.
Why's that?
She's making tea, and she wants to get serious about setting up a business. She said the first thing she needs to do is find her flavors. Hey, you should come along and do some tasting.
I might do that.
Come on, Cherish, we haven't got all day,
Mom called out from the buggy. Cherish was a little annoyed that her mother stopped her talking with Simon, but there wasn't much she could do about it. As soon as they got to Cherish's house, Ada drew Levi into the kitchen to help Debbie package the tea for the tasting the next day. Meanwhile, the chairs in the living room were switched. Then Simon left with Ada and Samuel. By this time, everyone in the family, except Levi, knew about Levi's new chair. Chapter 24. Levi looked around the kitchen. It's a bit crowded in here. I might go and read my paper. It came today and I've been saving it up. We'll manage. Thanks for your help, Debbie told him. When he walked out of the kitchen, everyone raced to the doorway of the kitchen to see what his reaction would be to the new chair. He picked up his newspaper and then sat down. Immediately, he jumped up. He then sat down and jumped up again. Then he turned around and had a good look at the chair. Wilma? Wilma came rushing out. He looked down at her. Where's my chair?
Surprise! This is your chair. It's brand new.
Where's my chair? He repeated. Oh no, he doesn't like it, Favor whispered from the kitchen. Cherish felt bad because she was the one who'd chosen it.
Why are you asking about that old tattered piece of rubbish? This is brand new, and doesn't it look lovely? Look how it matches the couch, and it's smaller, so it doesn't take up as much space.
I don't care how it looks. It's not even comfortable.
Nonsense. It'll just take a while to get used to it.
He sat in the chair again. It doesn't fit right. The old one was molded to my shape. This one is hard as a plank of wood. I need the old one back. He sat on the couch. Then he looked up at Wilma. Did you hear what I said? Wilma burst into tears.
All I can do is try my best. I thought you'd be happy. This was meant to be a joyous surprise.
The girls were shocked. Wilma rarely cried. Levi stood up and put his arm around her. Thanks for thinking of me. It was a nice thought, but I'm a big man. I need a big chair. Wilma sobbed on his shoulder and he put his arms around her.
You do so much for us. I just wanted to do something for you.
Okay. I'll try my best to get used to it. Will that make you happy?" Wilma sniffed.
Yes, you'll get used to it, I know it. You'll grow to love it.
The girls moved away from the door and huddled together.
Poor Levi, he hates the chair,
Cherish said. "No, it's poor Wilma," Debbie said. "She was trying to do something nice."
"She should get the chair back," said Favor.
Before Bliss could say what she thought, Wilma walked back into the room.
"He doesn't like the chair. He said he'll try to get used to it."
Debbie put her arm around Wilma. "We can cook and clean up tonight. You have a rest."
"I have had a big day. I could do some knitting before we start on the next quilt. I do want to do some more knitting for Christina's babies."
Debbie walked Wilma out of the kitchen. When Levi noticed Bliss rushing out of the kitchen and hurrying up the stairs, he knew she was still upset over Adam. He closed his Bible, put it on the table in front of him, and headed up to Bliss's room and knocked on her door.
"Come in,"
Bliss said. Levi opened the door and saw her sitting on her bed, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. "Want to talk?"
"No thanks, not really. I know you want to help, but nothing can help."
"Move over." Levi sat down on her bed. "I know you're upset, but each person needs to go through trials. I'm going through one right now with that new chair Wilma surprised me with." Bliss bit her lip.
"Trials aren't much fun."
"That's the point. Trials aren't fun. That's why they're called trials. I've been through them. Wilma has been through them. And each one of you girls will go through them if you haven't been through them already. Now, don't you have to help Wilma with something downstairs?"
"I guess so, but I'm too sad to do anything. I should help the others in the kitchen. I'd rather sit here by myself."
"All I can give you is my best advice. Life turns around like a wheel. You'll have good times and bad times. The bad times will make you appreciate the good times all the more."
"What if I only have bad times?"
Levi shook his head. "That's not possible. I had a good chair for years. I brought it to this house from our old place. I thought I'd have it forever. Now it's gone."
"Dot, are you trying to compare Adam to a silly old chair?"
His jaw dropped open. "You see, the chair wasn't silly to me. It was my special place to sit after a hard day's work. It was like an old friend waiting for me."
"I didn't know it meant that much,"
Bliss said. "How could you know? It's something I didn't think I'd need to tell anyone. I didn't know anyone would take it without asking me."
"She just wanted to make you happy, Dot."
"I know. She means well."
"Well, can you get it back?"
Bliss asked. "Probably not." Cherish was listening at the door. She ran downstairs and found her mother on the couch.
"He really doesn't like the chair." "I know that," Mom snapped. "What am I supposed to do?" "Get his old chair back, of course."
Wilma lifted her chin.
"I don't know where it is." "We could find it. Where did Samuel take it?" "Oh, Cherish, I just don't want that big old thing back in the house again. It's so unsightly."
Cherish pointed at her mother and moved closer to her.
"You do know where it is."
Wilma made a face.
"I might be able to get it back. I'm not sure." "You'll have to get it back. Levi's miserable. He said he's going through a trial."
Wilma grinned.
"That means he's getting used to the chair." "He's your husband. If you want him to be miserable, it's not my problem. Forget about it. I won't help you and I won't help Levi. Let him go through his trial because you stole his chair. You know that he called it his best friend, don't you?"
Cherish stared at her mother.
"Is that what he said?" "Yes. He's upstairs right now trying to comfort Bliss about losing Adam, comparing that to you taking away his chair."
Mom grimaced.
"Okay, you'll have to help me get it back." "Okay, but it'll have to be tomorrow afternoon because in the morning I'm helping Debbie with her tea at the markets."
Wilma nodded.
"It won't be tomorrow. I'll need to make inquiries. Not a word to anyone, just in case my plan doesn't work." "Done."
As Cherish was walking to the kitchen, she realized she hadn't even gotten into trouble for listening at Bliss's door. The next day, Jared had a slight fever and seemed to be coming down with a cold, so Debbie had to put off her tea sampling at the markets for another time. Wilma wouldn't let Cherish leave the house, so she had no way to tell Simon that she wasn't going to be there. Chapter 25. After a long week of not hearing from Adam, Bliss didn't know how she'd feel seeing him at the Sunday meeting. She'd given up all hope of a reconciliation. If he wanted to say anything, he could come to her. She wasn't going to approach him. She sat through the meeting, sitting right at the back, with Cherish on one side and Favor on the other. After an hour passed, she realized that sitting at the back was a big mistake. Her eyes kept wandering in Adam's direction. He sat on the end of the bench seat, third row from the front. Like most of the men, he wore black pants and a black coat. Next to him was Andrew Weeks, his business partner and housemate. "Don't even look at him," Cherish whispered to her. Bliss nodded, knowing that was best, but it was easier said than done. When Bliss looked at the bishop, who was standing at the end of the room delivering the sermon, she happened to notice she wasn't the only one looking at Adam. Crystal was staring at him too. Crystal had always been keen on Adam and on Fairfax, but Fairfax was safe from Crystal now that he was married. That left Adam, and now that he and Bliss weren't dating, that cleared the way for someone like Crystal to swoop down and dig her talons into him. Bliss wasn't the only one who noticed where Crystal's attention lay. Cherish noticed too. Cherish was convinced that after the service, Crystal was going to make some kind of move. If there was the slightest chance that Adam and Bliss could rekindle their love, she wasn't going to let Crystal get in the way. The bishop's talk was on the importance of every decision we make. Bliss whispered to Cherish, "Do you think he found out?" "No, things just happen like that. There's no way he could know. Adam said he wasn't telling anyone, and I think Favor's learned her lesson." Bliss faced the front again. Cherish decided to learn from the mistakes of others. It was so painful watching Bliss be so upset that Cherish never wanted to make bad decisions. When the service was over, Favor hurried over to Crystal, and then Cherish and Bliss were left on their own. "Let's get something to eat, and we'll stay as far away from Adam as we can." "Really?" Cherish asked. "Yes. I wouldn't know what to say to him after everything that's been said, and he probably feels the same." "Okay, if that's what you want. We could help with the food, and then—" "No, I'd like to be able to move around easily. I'm too churned up to do anything like that." "Sure, I'll do whatever you want." They waited until Adam and his friend went outside, and then they waited until they were the last in the house. When they got outside, they were some of the last people to get something to eat. Adam was already sitting down, eating. Cherish searched for Crystal and was glad when she saw that she was nowhere near Adam. Cherish got 2 plates and handed one to Bliss. "I don't feel like eating." "I know, but you've got to force yourself. Just put stuff on your plate and do your best. You don't want Adam to see you suffering like this." "Don't I?" Cherish shook her head. "No. If he thinks I'm not upset, he'll think I never cared about him." "He knows how you feel. That's not the issue. Just do what you want, but you should eat." "I'll try." Once they had filled their plates, they sat down the furthest they could from Adam. Cherish tried to take Bliss's mind off Adam. "I wish I was with Hope right now, seeing Mercy and Honor. I'm starting to forget what they look like." "I miss Hope. I wish she was here. She'd give me good advice." "I know. She is sensible. Joy is sensible too, but way too serious." Cherish bit into a pork roll, wondering how to cheer Bliss up. Bliss bit into a piece of celery and chewed slowly. Then Cherish watched as Crystal left Favor sitting alone while she approached Adam. "Don't look now, but Crystal is walking over to Adam." "I knew she'd do something." "I'll watch what happens." She waited to see what Adam would do, and then Adam smiled at Crystal and said something. After that, Crystal sat down. "She's sitting down with him now." When Cherish saw how upset Bliss was getting, she said, "I'm going over." "Don't do anything silly." "I won't. I never do. Cherish hurried over to them and pulled up a chair and sat down. Hi, Adam.
Hello, Cherish. I was going to find you later.
Here I am.
I've got the price for the aviary, but I can't give it to you or discuss work on the Lord's Day. Can you come to see me tomorrow?
Sure, I'll do that. Although you did say you could tell me today.
Then there was silence. Crystal said,
What aviary is this, Cherish? I'm getting a bigger one made that will go outside. It'll make Mom happy. Sounds good. Then Crystal stared at Cherish. Would you mind if Adam and I had a private talk, Cherish?
Cherish sat there and wanted to say that she did mind, and very much so. But that would have sounded weird, so she had little choice. She got to her feet.
Not a problem. I only came to see about that aviary. See you tomorrow, Adam.
I'll see you then, Cherish. Cherish left them and was more than a little curious as to what they were talking about. She quickly located Matthew.
Hey, Matthew.
His face lit up when he saw Cherish.
I need a huge favor.
Sure, anything, Cherish. You just name it.
Don't ask questions now. I need you to go over and listen in on what Adam and Crystal are talking about. Don't make it obvious that you're listening in. They're over there.
He rubbed his chin. Listening in? I'm not sure that's a good thing.
Worry about the morals of it later. It's urgent, and I need you to go over now. I'd be very grateful, very grateful.
Got it. He walked away, then he sat down with his back to them. Matthew looked up and gave Cherish a smile and a nod, and that told Cherish that he could hear them. She couldn't wait to find out what Crystal was saying to Adam.
What did you hear?
She asked Matthew once he returned. Crystal said she wanted him to come into the quilt shop and look at how to rearrange the displays.
He works in metal, not in arranging things. He's not a shop fitter or a designer. How odd. How very odd. And what did he say to that strange question?
She said the quilts are hung by metal rods. He works in metal. Get it? She said she's seen other shops that have some hanging from the ceiling. He said he'd stop by during the week and he'd have a look. Cherish grunted.
Ugh, that Crystal makes me so mad.
Matthew grimaced. Why? What's going on?
Adam just broke up with Bliss.
I know that. That's old news. Cherish was getting more upset by the minute.
Well, Crystal's just found out, and that's why she's trying to get Adam.
Matthew's eyebrows drew together. Get him?
Yes, get him.
I see. As her boyfriend, you mean? Matthew asked.
Exactly. Thanks for doing that for me, Matthew.
It's okay. That's one good deed I've done for the day.
I'll owe you a favor.
Why did Adam and Bliss split up?
It's a long story, and no one's going to tell you exactly why. Things are complicated.
He raised his eyebrows. Like that, is it?
Yes.
I think I have the right to know after I just helped you. Cherish rolled her eyes.
I'd tell you, but it involves something that someone told me to keep quiet about. So if I tell you, I wouldn't be keeping quiet about it.
Maybe I'll find out from someone else. You know word gets around. It's only a matter of time before everyone knows.
Nice try, but I'm still not going to tell you.
Chapter 26. Cherish stared at Matthew. He made a good point, and she was impressed. His curiosity reminded her of her own.
You might find out, but I'm not going to be the one who blabs to you.
That's harsh. I thought we were friends.
We are, but I'm still not telling.
I'll ask Adam.
No, don't.
Before she could do anything, he had nearly reached Adam and Crystal. Cherish watched as he interrupted them and sat down with them. Crystal stared at him as though she was trying to plant a thought into his mind to go away. Matthew didn't read the clues emanating from Crystal's mind, nor did he sense he was unwelcome. Adam, on the other hand, was happily talking with him. Cherish doubted Adam would be talking with Matthew about Bliss. Cherish waited patiently until they stopped talking. After a few minutes, Crystal said something to Adam and got up and walked away. Then Adam and Matthew stayed talking for a while. Several minutes later, Matthew walked back to Cherish.
What did he say?
A breathless Cherish asked.
He said he didn't see it working long-term with her.
You talked about Bliss?
We did, but only after Crystal walked away. That's all I'm telling you.
What? That's unfair.
Cherish folded her arms. Why? You didn't tell me anything. Cherish grunted.
Well, what did Crystal say as soon as you walked over?
Nothing. She just sat there, giving me a filthy look.
I saw that,
Cherish laughed. Before she left, she said she'd see him at the quilt store tomorrow. Cherish tapped a finger on her chin.
Tomorrow, eh?
Not during the week?
It's been stepped up to tomorrow. I'm supposed to be seeing him tomorrow to get the price for the aviary.
Matthew stared at her. I know that look on your face. What are you planning?
I'm not sure yet. So, did he tell you the real reason or not?
My lips are sealed. Cherish grunted again and put her hand on his shoulder and gave him a shove. He laughed. Why don't we spy on them tomorrow at the quilt store?
It's no use. I'll just go early in the morning and get the price at the aviary. Then I'll see if I've got enough money. Crystal is going to slowly spin a web and trap him. She won't do anything fast. Adam wouldn't be drawn into anything quickly. Having him go to the quilt store is just the start of her web creation.
What if we find her someone she'll like better than Adam? Cherish immediately felt better.
Excellent idea! But where would we find someone better than Adam Weingard? He'd have to be someone intelligent, good-looking, and with a great personality.
Matthew straightened up, pushed back his shoulders, and looped his fingers through his black suspenders. You're looking at him. Cherish didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Great idea, but we'll just need to tweak your idea a little bit. The first thing we need to do is use someone else instead of you.
Why? That old lady Crystal lives with thinks I'm good enough for her. Why don't you believe it?
The old lady's name is Gertie, and I hate to break this to you, but Crystal has never shown any interest in you. You're too young for a start. She likes older men, ones that are about 20. We'll have to find someone else.
He rubbed the back of his neck. What about Eddie, the beekeeper?
Great idea. She does like Eddie as well, but I don't think we should be encouraging her to like an outsider. I'd feel I was to blame if she left the community.
I see your point. He looked around. Anyone here that she might like?
She's liked Adam for a long time. She also liked Fairfax, but he's out of the picture now with him being married. I don't know of anyone else.
Seems like she likes men that other women like.
Hey, that's true. I didn't even think of that.
Matthew took a step closer. Since that's true, I've got another great idea. Care to hear it?
Yes, please. At this stage, I'm open to anything if it'll help get Adam and Bliss back together, Cherish said.
I do have an idea to keep Crystal away from Adam.
Well, don't just talk about it. Tell me.
He smiled. If she likes men that other women like, how about you and I pretend that we're dating? Then she'll like me. Cherish's face soured. She couldn't think of anything worse.
No.
Why not? Aren't you willing to do that for your sweet sister Bliss?
I would if it would work, but it won't. I told you she doesn't like you, and she still won't like you if she thinks you and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. She won't care one hoot.
I think she will. She'll have that old lady in her ear telling her she missed out on a fine young man. That's me, if you were wondering.
Cherish laughed. It just wouldn't work. Trust me. It's a good idea, but I don't think...
Then Cherish thought about Timothy Hirschberger, the other young man that Gertie thought would be good for Crystal. The only problem was that Favor liked him. She said she didn't, but Cherish knew she did. What are you thinking? Matthew asked.
Nothing. I thought of someone else, but he won't work either. I think we'll just have to leave it as is. Let things take their natural course without interference.
Even saying it aloud felt wrong. At that moment, she knew she had to do something. I don't think it's fair that Crystal is spinning a web to trap him. I say you should spy on them when he goes into the store. Cherish shook her head.
I'd never be allowed out for the whole day, and it might take a whole day because we don't know exactly what time he's going there.
If I talked to Wilma and told her I wanted to take you out for the day... Cherish made a face. No. She didn't want Simon to think she liked Matthew. Okay, forget me, but you should do it. No. Cherish shook her head. I thought you cared about your sister. It seems you don't.
Bliss is my stepsister, and what good will it do to spy on them? It won't do any good.
I just feel like we have to do something. Bliss is a nice young lady, and she seemed so great with Adam. It's sad that they're not together. Matthew looked over to where Bliss was talking with some other young ladies. Look at her over there, pretending nothing's wrong. Her heart is crushed, and she's covering up her pain.
I know, but I don't think there's anything we can do. Thanks for trying to help.
He shrugged. Just trying to do all my good deeds.
Are you staying here or going back home?
I haven't made up my mind yet.
How long's it going to take?
I don't know. It's a big decision. Part of me will miss home, and then another part of me wants to stay here. Fairfax talked to me about working on his orchard, the one his family used to own, but nothing's firm. There might be a job there.
That's right. I remember he said that at my place one time over the evening meal, but he sounded a bit vague about the specifics.
If I stayed on here for good, I'd rather work with Fairfax. But now he's taken off, and I don't have any answers from him until he comes back.
Then wait until he gets back. It'll only be a couple of weeks.
He smiled at Cherish. You don't mind me being around that long?
No. Why would I? We're friends, aren't we?
Yeah, for sure. Good friends. Maybe even best friends. She raised her eyebrows.
That might be going a bit far. I should get back to Bliss.
Cherish looked around for her and saw her walking inside the house with Debbie and the baby. I have to find someone too, Matthew said as Cherish was walking away. Just as Cherish was walking into the house, she saw Simon. At that moment, he saw her too, and their eyes locked. He quickly left his seat and walked over to her. Hi, Cherish.
Hello. You're still here?
I am. I didn't see you at the markets the other day.
No, I'm sorry about that. Debbie's baby was unwell, so it's been postponed.
I see. I've been thinking about your problem. You said you want to get to your farm, but you can't stay there with your farm manager, obviously. You could stay with me and my folks. I could drive you to your farm and back every day.
No, Simon. It's too many miles for that.
Cherish was pleased he wasn't upset about going to the markets for nothing. He looked away from her just as Mom came hurrying over.
Simon, you're coming to my place for the evening meal. Ada and Samuel are coming too. We're having a light supper, seeing it's Sunday.
Thank you. I'll be there.
Good. I'll see you then. Come along, Cherish. You can talk to Simon later. We're going to help clean the kitchen.
Mom looped her arm through Cherish's and walked into the house.
We were talking, Mom. That was embarrassing. You were taking up all his time. He's got other people he can talk with. I'm a person. Yes, and you're a person he can speak with tonight. Bliss is upset, so we're all going home right now.
Cherish looked around the kitchen they'd just walked into.
You said we were going to clean. Did I? I meant we were going to find Bliss and Debbie and then go home. You confused me.
Another thing for which Cherish had got the blame.
Come along.
Mom turned around and headed out the door. Cherish had no choice but to follow. Chapter 27. On the way home, Levi and Wilma were in the front, while Bliss sat in the back with Cherish. Favor was being brought home later by Gertie and Crystal. Cherish whispered to Bliss, telling her all that Matthew had overheard.
Crystal's planning something,
Bliss whispered back.
I know, but there's nothing we can really do about it. I really don't think he'd be interested in Crystal. He knows the lies she told and what she's done in the past. He didn't forgive you for your past, so he's not going to forgive Crystal for her past.
Bliss smiled.
That does make sense. I know. I'm pretty good at reading people. Great, in fact. What are you two whispering about in the back?
Mom asked.
Nothing,
Cherish said.
It's very rude to whisper in front of people because the people will think you're whispering about them.
I guess it's a good thing we're sitting behind you, then, said Cherish with a giggle. I'm only joking, Mom, so don't get upset. We weren't talking about you, Mom, Bliss told her.
I didn't think you were, but I'm just telling you what's polite and what's not.
Thanks. We'll keep it in mind, Cherish said.
You should, but you probably won't. You'll just go on doing what you always do and thinking you know best.
Mom turned around and shook her finger at Cherish.
You don't know best. You're just a child.
I'll be an adult in a year. I'll be 18 and able to do as I please.
18 is still a child. You've still got a lot to learn about life and what the proper way to act is.
Yes, Mom.
Why are you agreeing with me? You never do that.
Maybe I've turned over a new leaf, a new apple tree leaf. I used to be disagreeable, but now I'm the nicest and most agreeable person you'll ever meet.
I wonder how long that will last.
Mom gave a slight giggle and turned back to the front.
I'll give it a day, Levi chuckled.
Huh, I'll give it until we get home,
Wilma chortled.
Debbie was sitting on the other side of Bliss near the door holding Jared.
I always thought that turning over a new leaf meant turning over the leaf in a book, like a page. Turn the page, starting a new chapter.
Cherish looked over at her.
It doesn't have anything to do with leaves from trees? I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think so.
Mom turned around again.
No matter. I like the idea of starting a new chapter better. We might see a new Cherish over dinner tonight. We'll have Ada and Samuel as guests, and also Matthew because he's still staying with them. And I've invited Kevin. He's such a nice young man.
Mom, don't you mean Simon?
Oh, yes, Simon. I don't know where I got Kevin from.
Mom covered her mouth and laughed.
Just remember to call him Simon tonight, or that will be embarrassing, Bliss said. Maybe you should write his name on your hand, Mom, Cherish suggested.
Everyone laughed, and even Bliss smiled a little. For dinner, it was leftovers and cold cuts. Since it was the Lord's Day, the day of rest, it was customary that no cooking was done on Sundays. After the silent prayer of thanks for the food was given, Simon was the first to speak. I told Cherish she could stay with my family while she visits the farm. She thinks it's too far away to stay there. I'll have to look at it on the map, Samuel said.
Thanks anyway, Cherish said. When I'm at the farm, come for a visit and see it for yourself. It's only a small farm, but big enough to sustain 1 or maybe 2 people.
So when are you moving there? Simon asked. When you're 18, right? Mom looked horrified.
Cherish will move there when she's ready. She's not nearly ready to live by herself and look after a house. It's not so much about what age she is. She'll move when we feel she's ready.
I don't agree.
Cherish pressed her lips together.
And when I'm older, I believe I become the boss of myself.
Wilma glared at Cherish. Ada laughed. Or we could say you've always been the boss of yourself. Anyway, there are so many repairs that need doing all the time on fences and the house, and also barns. Are you ready for all of that, Cherish? Would you want to climb on the roof of a rusty old barn to replace the iron? You always say you'll never marry, so I assume you'll have to do all these things yourself. Cherish was horrified at Ada's words. Debbie came to her rescue.
I think she said that a long time ago, when she was a lot younger. I myself changed my mind 100 times, and in the end I married.
Cherish couldn't keep quiet.
I can learn these things, and Levi can teach me what to do every time he does repairs on the house. He'll show me what to do and how to use the tools, won't you, Levi?
If you're willing to learn, I can teach you.
Great! It can't be that hard.
Cherish didn't want her family to treat her as a child, not in front of Simon. He'd probably lost interest in her by now, thanks to Ada.
It is hard, Mom insisted. It's a learned skill, and you're not leaving home until you know how to do it all.
Cherish stared at her mother.
I thought you'd be happy for me to leave. No, I want you to stay as long as possible. There have been too many changes. Hope has just left, and I won't think about another daughter leaving until I have to face it.
This was a whole new attitude. It seemed like she was scared to be alone with Levi, and that was why she wanted them to stay for as long as possible. I could help you at the farm, if ever you need anything, Simon said.
Thank you. I'll feel better knowing I can call on you. So, do you belong to the same community as Malachi? I've never seen you at any of the meetings.
No, I go to a different one. It seems odd that such an isolated place has two different communities, Ada said. It started as one, and then the people in the South split off into a different group. I should have kept up with the news, Levi said. I'm sure I started reading an article about that in the bulletin some time ago, but I don't think I finished reading it. After dessert, Ada passed around a plate of chocolate cookies. Cherish wanted a handful, but only took one. She had to be careful that Simon didn't think she was rude, so she was on her best behavior. When everyone had finished eating, Wilma suggested everyone go to the living room for hot tea and more cookies. Simon had other ideas. Do you mind if Cherish and I take a walk outside? He asked Wilma and Levi, looking from one to the other. Chapter 28. Okay, Ada answered, even though Simon's question wasn't even directed at her. You can both go outside for a walk if you don't mind freezing to death. We've got coats, Simon said as he stood up. Cherish was delighted to be getting away from her mother and Ada, and glad to be spending a quiet moment with Simon. She was so delighted that he wasn't turned off her that she didn't even mind that Favor would tease her about Simon later.
Thanks for saving me,
Cherish said as soon as they stepped onto the front porch and closed the front door behind them. You saved me. There are only so many cups of hot tea and so many chocolate cookies that a man can take. Cherish laughed.
Ada does make excellent cookies.
They're pretty good, but I'm not really a fan of cookies. Are you?
No, not at all,
Cherish said without thinking. She just wanted to have him think she was just like him. She totally forgot she ate one just now, and he would have seen it.
I was just asking my mother recently about when I could go back to the farm. I'm overdue for a visit.
I'd like that.
Ada and Samuel went with me last time. Mom won't let me go there by myself. I mean, like we talked about before, I can't stay there alone with Malachi, my farm manager.
How old is this farm manager of yours?
I'm not sure. Early 20s, I'm guessing.
And is he married? Cherish saw where this conversation was going. He wanted to make sure she wasn't interested in Malachi.
No, he's not. But I think he's got a girlfriend now.
When Simon smiled, she knew she'd told him the right answer. Simon was way more suited to her than any man she knew, and it was perfect that he already lived fairly close. They could marry and he could move to the farm with her. They walked down the driveway as they talked.
Do you like farming?
Cherish asked. Not especially. That answer surprised her, but she wasn't deterred. He could work and she could farm. That would be perfect, and his wage would mean that they'd never struggle. Add to that, she'd still get a small income from her father's orchard, the Baker apple orchard. She wouldn't starve if something went wrong at the farm. When he looked over at her and smiled, she felt her cheeks get hot. It was a good thing he couldn't read her mind. She was going way too far into the future.
Samuel and Ada do like to travel. They haven't done too much lately.
How about you? Do you like to travel? He asked.
I don't mind it. We haven't done much since my father died. All we did was go to my half-brother's wedding a few months ago. And you?
I do like it, but it's always nice to come home. I like knowing what to expect. I don't like surprises. Besides, my bed at home is pretty comfortable.
Oh, you sound like Levi. He hates that new chair you helped us with. He wants his old one back. Mom was going to get it back for him, and I was going to help her. I'm not sure what she's doing about that.
You men must get used to certain things like beds and chairs.
Maybe, Simon grinned. After a silent moment, Cherish had to say something.
I do know what you mean about liking home. I've got everything at home just how I like it. I've got my dog and my birds.
You have a dog? Simon asked.
Yes, Carmel. Haven't you seen him around?
He shook his head. No.
He sleeps a lot these days. He's probably in my room, asleep on my bed.
I like dogs.
You do?
Cherish was happy about that. Yes, I have 2 of my own. The more time she spent with Simon, the more she liked him. When a cold gust of wind picked up, Cherish shivered. Simon quickly whipped off his coat and put it around her shoulders. She was immediately covered with warmth. For the first time, she knew how it felt to be loved and cared for. It felt good.
Thank you.
Can't have you freezing to death.
But what about you?
I'm tough. I don't really feel the cold. I just put the coat on so people wouldn't nag me. Cherish smiled. By people, he meant Ada. If I come here one time when it's warmer weather, maybe we can take a blanket out into the orchard somewhere and just look up at the sky. Cherish couldn't believe he remembered what she had said the other day. Just then, lightning flashed across the sky. Immediately following that, Wilma stood at the doorway of the house, yelling for them to come inside. An instant later, thunder rumbled, and then, just as quickly, rain poured down on them. They ran back to the house, and Wilma ushered them inside and ordered them to stand in front of the fire to get warm and dry off. Cherish's nice time alone with Simon had ended, just like that. There was still a chance for other nice times, since he wasn't going home just yet. Chapter 29. On Monday, Cherish was at Adam's workshop early. His business partner was there, and Adam wasn't. Andrew Weeks gave Cherish the price for the aviary, and Cherish agreed to pay for it on delivery. It would take 3 weeks. Cherish didn't bother to ask where Adam was. She had a pretty good idea he was at the quilt store with the interfering, conniving Crystal. Cherish drove back home, hoping and praying that when he delivered the aviary, he would see Bliss and realize how much he missed her. Now that the twins were a few days old, Mom figured it was time for Ada to see them. Christina would have been well rested by now. She picked up Ada and they traveled to Christina's house. Ada came with 2 sets of identical knitted booties, jackets, hats, and mittens. Mom knocked on Mark and Christina's door, and when no one answered, she opened it slightly.
Anyone at home?
Mark came rushing towards them. I'm glad you're here. Can you stay for about an hour? I've had to leave Isaac alone in the shop. Certainly, Mom said. I want to take time off and spend a few days here, but I haven't found another part-time worker yet. Problem solved, said Ada. Matthew can help out. Can he? I don't see why not. He's not doing anything else. That would be perfect. Can you ask him to come here this evening so we could talk about it? I can do that. Thanks. I'll just say goodbye. Ada and Wilma waited while he raced to the bedroom. When he came back out, he grabbed his coat, said a quick goodbye, and he was out the door.
Christina, can we come in?
Yes, I'm just feeding the babies. They walked into the bedroom and saw Christina, propped up with pillows, feeding 2 babies at the same time. She looked up at them. Here they are. Ada rushed over. Will you look at them? Oh, Christina, they're identical. Yes, they are. Aren't you clever feeding the 2 of them at once?
This is what the midwife said to do.
I'll end up having to wake one of them up to feed, and I don't know if that's a good idea. But if I don't, I'll be feeding one or the other of them all day, she said. It's a bit difficult to get them positioned. I don't know how I'm going to do this by myself.
We'll make sure you're not by yourself. You'll need someone to pass them to you.
Christina smiled. Thanks.
We'll have the girls come over to help. As long as they don't mind.
Don't mind? They'd love to help. They wanted to come here today, but I wanted Ada to be able to see the babies without all the chatter.
Ada stared at the babies.
They are beautiful. I expected them to be smaller for twins.
Baby number 1 was 7 pounds, and baby number 2 was just over 6 pounds.
And how do you tell the difference, apart from their size? I'd expect baby number 2 will catch up quickly.
The midwife put a band around the first baby's wrist.
Ada sat on the edge of the bed. And have we thought of names? Christina shook her head.
We only had a name for a boy. We found girls' names difficult, and now we'll have to come up with 2. Any ideas?
Sylvia, Priscilla, Naomi, Brenda? That's all I can think of for now, Ada said. But I'm good with names. I'll come up with something.
I don't feel like any of those suit. What about you, Wilma?
Lorraine, Susie, Lindy Lou? Do you think you want rhyming names? Lindy, Cindy, and Mindy are nice. If you do want them to rhyme. Or maybe Doreen, Noreen, or Maureen.
Christina shook her head. This is so hard.
There's no rush. You've got a few days to think about it. Get to know them, and the right names will come to you, Wilma said. And don't forget to give them a second name, Ada added.
Oh, I forgot about second names.
Ada likes second names because she thinks they might not like their first names, and they can use their middle names. Ada nodded. It's true. Many people do that. Matthew didn't like the name Luke, for whatever reason, and now he insists everyone calls him Matthew.
Choosing names is a big decision, Christina said.
Can I get you anything? Ada asked.
Maybe just a glass of water.
Ada jumped to her feet. Yes, you must be sure to drink loads of water. Ada hurried out of the room. Wilma sat down where Ada had been. I'm so happy for you.
Me too.
Christina looked down at her babies.
I have 2, and not just 1. I've never been happier. These 2 will be friends for the rest of their lives. No matter what happens, they'll always have each other.
From the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong guidance years ago about your first child.
Forget it, Wilma. It's happened, and we can't undo what's been done. I shouldn't have followed your advice, but I did. It's just as much my fault. I want you to forget it. I'm sorry I held a grudge against you for so long. You gave me your best advice, and that's all anyone can do.
I did, but what was right for me wasn't right for you. I shouldn't have been so forceful with telling you what to do.
I'm sure I'll see her again one day. I feel that in my heart. For now, I'll trust God that she's happy and safe. I need to concentrate on these 2.
Do you forgive me? Wilma asked, brushing away a tear.
I already have, ever since when we talked about it before.
Thank you. Ada bustled her way back into the room. Here we are, 1 glass of water and some pieces of fruit. You have to keep your strength up, too.
Thank you.
Ada moved to the other side of the bed and stood beside Wilma. Is there anything we can do for you while we're here?
Nothing that I can think of.
Wilma stood. We both brought gifts, but you can open them later. You call out when you've finished feeding them, and we'll help. Ada and I will go around the house and see what needs to be done. We should cook a meal, Wilma. Good idea. We'll do that so you'll have something for tonight. Have you finished all those meals I brought over last time?
I'm not sure. Mark's been organizing the food. I've just been eating and sleeping and nursing the babies and changing their diapers.
Now he won't have to take care of today's meal, Ada said just before she and Wilma left the room. How beautiful are those babies, Wilma? Ada asked. I know. I can't wait to hold them again.
I can't wait to hold them for the first time. They're so large for twins, and so healthy. Funny that she didn't know she was having twins, but I picked it. I was probably the only one.
You did?
Wilma asked. Yeah, I did. I said to her she looked very large, and I asked her if she was having twins. She said she wasn't, and there was only one baby in there.
She was large, but some women get larger than others. And she went overdue, which is unusual for twins, according to what the midwife said.
Do you have twins in your family?
I don't, not that I know of. But I think Josiah did. One of his grandparents was a twin. They say it skips a few generations. I would have liked to have had twins.
All yours were a year apart. That's almost like twins.
I guess so.
We have twins in my family, too, but I didn't have any, and neither have my children. Soon, you'll have 2 sets of twins when Earls are born.
I know. Who would have thought Miriam would have had babies?
Not us, that's for sure. Chapter 30. After Wilma and Ada made themselves a pot of hot tea, they sat at Christina's kitchen table.
There doesn't seem much to do here. All the washing has been done, and everything looks so clean.
Ada looked around the room. I can see that. All we need to do is put a meal together for them.
What is happening with Matthew? One of the girls was telling me he wants to stay, and was talking about taking a job at the old Jenkins orchard.
He likes it here. I think your girls are the main reason for that. I wouldn't be surprised if he had his eye on one of them.
Which one?
Wilma asked. I'm not sure. Wilma sipped her tea.
It could only be Favor or Cherish.
What about Bliss, now that Adam and she are no longer a pair? Wilma set her teacup back down onto the saucer.
They'll patch things up. They'll end up getting married.
You can't be certain about such things. Love can be fickle.
I don't like to think about it. Bliss has been so upset. I have to hope, for her sake, that he comes back to her and apologizes for what he's put her through.
Ada took a large gulp of tea. About that, Wilma, you haven't told me yet what transpired between those two. I was waiting for you to tell me, but you haven't. Wilma looked down at the table. She didn't even like to say it aloud because it was so awful.
It's a long story. I'll tell you on the way home. I need some help, Christina called out.
Both Wilma and Ada hurried into Christina's bedroom. They stayed there for the next couple of hours until Mark came home. He was thankful to have a fresh-cooked meal waiting. As Ada and Wilma climbed up into the buggy, Ada said, "Remind me to tell Matthew that he might have a part-time job for a while. I do hope he takes it, because that would really help Mark at the moment."
I'm sure Matthew would gladly do it.
Wilma steered the horse and buggy onto the road.
What a privilege it was to look after the babies today.
The midwife is coming to see her tonight, but if we weren't there...
If we weren't there, then Mark would have stayed with her.
I suppose you're right. Now, Wilma, tell me everything about the problems between young Bliss and Adam. Don't leave anything out. Wilma took a deep breath and began the story. She started off explaining about John writing to Bliss and doing it in secret. Ada grunted. If he was my son, I'd give him a good whipping, one he'd never forget. Secret marriages, secret letters. Do go on, Wilma. Then Wilma went on to explain how Debbie found out about the letters and that Adam was also told about them. What a mess! I tell those girls often that the truth always comes out. It doesn't matter how much someone tries to hide something. The truth stands at the end of the day, whereas the lies fall down because they are lies, and they have no strength, no substance. Wilma continued.
So, when Adam learned that Bliss was writing to someone when she was dating him, he was dreadfully upset.
He felt betrayed, and who would have thought Bliss would have done such a thing? She seems so honest and so innocent with those wide eyes and her soft voice. I think your girls are the problem. Wilma whipped her head around to stare at Ada.
This has nothing to do with my girls. It was between Debbie and Bliss.
Bliss wouldn't have done such a thing. The old Bliss wouldn't have. But now she's been around your girls. I mean, look at Cherish. She's not the most reliable girl in the world, always trying to get off work and sneaking around. She's a bad influence on poor Bliss. Wilma narrowed her eyes at Ada.
Maybe Bliss is a bad influence on my girls. Did you think of that?
Ada laughed, and that made Wilma furious.
Why are you laughing?
A car blasted his horn, and Wilma saw she was going through an intersection without looking. And she was supposed to turn left. She moved the horse on faster because it was too late to stop and let the car go. Ada squealed. We nearly had an accident. This is just like when Mira was killed in her buggy. Oh, I shouldn't have come with you. You'll kill us both.
It's your fault,
Wilma said, surprisingly calmly. Ada barked out. No, you're the one driving. How is it my fault?
Maybe you're a bad influence on me.
Ada didn't say anything. She just turned away and looked out the window. Wilma waited until there were no cars, turned her buggy around, and got onto the correct road. Ada said, I didn't mean to offend you about Cherish, but you normally agree with me.
I know, but this time it's Bliss's doing, and I won't hear you say it's my girls' fault or my girls' influence. Bliss was writing to that young man before Levi and I married. She's been writing to him for years. He's been using a fake name and a post office box for his address so no one would find out. All that before she was even close with my girls.
Well, I'm sorry then, okay? I was wrong. That made Wilma feel so much better.
Apology accepted.
I didn't know the full details.
Now you do.
I do, and I still can't believe it. Ada shook her head.
No one can.
I forgot to ask, was Levi pleased with his new chair? No one mentioned it when we were there for dinner, and I forgot to ask. Wilma sighed and proceeded to tell Ada of Levi's reaction to the new chair.
He wants his old chair back, and I said it's impossible. I didn't tell him you threw it out. Would Samuel remember what he did with it?
Well, there may be a way he can get it back.
How?
Samuel didn't throw it away.
He didn't?
No. He had a feeling Levi might be attached to his chair. Samuel has his own special chair, you see. So we still have Levi's chair. Samuel covered it up and kept it in our barn. And just like that, one of Wilma's problems was solved. Chapter 31. Favor and Cherish were in the kitchen peeling the vegetables for dinner. Cherish was still mad with Favor for listening in at the door and for causing a lot of trouble for Bliss. The thing was, Bliss had forgiven her. She'd forgiven everyone, so Cherish had to do that too. All of a sudden, the conversation drifted to Simon.
So, what do you think of him?
Favor asked.
He's nice, and it's convenient that he lives close to my farm. You always said the farm was in the middle of nowhere, so that must mean that Simon lives pretty near the middle of nowhere. I guess. Are you going to marry him?
Favor giggled.
Maybe,
Cherish replied.
Really? What about Matthew?
What about him?
He likes you, silly,
Favor said.
Nay, he likes you.
Favor rolled her eyes.
You're just saying what I say, but saying it to me.
You're doing that.
See? Stop being so annoying or I'll tell everyone you're in love with Simon.
Cherish laughed.
I don't care. No one will believe you because you're a tattler. What do you mean?
Cherish put the potato and the knife down on the table and turned to Favor.
All right.
I wasn't going to say anything, but you forced me to do it. I think it was awful of you to tell Debbie about those letters. The very worst thing was to tell Adam. Look at the trouble you've caused. I don't care. I thought Debbie should know, and I thought Adam should know. Do you like breaking people's hearts? Now Cherish was getting upset. No, that's what Bliss did. She broke Debbie's heart and Adam's heart. Cherish shook her head. Debbie never had to find out. She was already going through enough pain with the secret marriage thing and John dying. And now she finds out that just before they got married, he was also writing to Bliss. Just zip your lips up, Cherish. We'll never agree, and I'm tired of the whole thing. I'm bored with it. Bliss has to face what she's done. Don't be angry with me. Be angry with Bliss. Forget it. You'll never understand how people feel because you're too stupid. You'll marry a stupid man and have stupid and dumb children. They both looked up and saw Mom standing in the doorway. Cherish, that's an awful thing to say. Cherish was speechless. How did this turn around into being her fault? Should I go to my room? No, I've got a better idea. Favor can have free time and you can do her chores tonight, starting from now. Favor burst out laughing and got up from the table and rushed out the back door. Cherish picked up her knife and started cutting the potatoes again. What's gotten into you? Favor's your sister, so you should be kind and loving toward her. Cherish slammed the potato onto the table and drove the knife through the middle of it. She tried to forget what Favor had done and forgive her, but she wasn't as kind-hearted as Bliss, and never would be. You've seen the trouble she's caused Bliss and Debbie. Why isn't Favor in trouble? She should be doing my chores and everyone else's for a whole month because of what she did. If I was her mother, she'd be punished. Mom sat down opposite. I know how you feel, but if Favor hadn't said anything, someone would have found out somehow. Cherish doubted that was likely to be true, since John was dead. Bliss could have, should have, destroyed the letters, and no one would have even known. Perhaps you should look at the part you played in all this. You do have a habit of snooping, and it never ends well for you or for the people concerned. If you'd never... Cherish huffed. Everything was always her fault, according to her mother. What if Adam never talks to Bliss again? She's so upset. I know, but don't blame Favor, Mom said. Why not? It's her fault. Mom shook her head. Life is complicated. You'll know that when you get older. Favor could have kept quiet, but she didn't. Who's to blame? You for snooping? Favor for listening in and then telling? Perhaps Bliss should have stopped writing to someone else once she started dating Adam. She had her reasons, Cherish said. We all have our reasons, but that doesn't necessarily make something right. Now, prise that knife out of that poor murdered potato and keep peeling. Cherish retrieved the knife from the potato and thought more about what her mother had said. Maybe it was a little bit her fault. Now she wished she had never gone to Bliss's room to look for clues. When Cherish realized she'd have to apologize to Favor, she stabbed the potato again. Half of her thought Favor didn't deserve an apology because she betrayed the sisterly secrecy pact. The pact was something that was never spoken of, but it existed. She'd apologize only because she wanted to take responsibility for her part in it. She ran outside and found Favor, who was eating cookies in the barn. What are you doing? Are they cookies? No. Favor looked down at the cookies in her hand. Well, yes, they are, but you can't have any. Cherish folded her arms. So, this is what you do? You store up cookies and selfishly eat them here by yourself. Yes, I like to be alone sometimes. With cookies. Cherish sat down next to her. I can understand that. That's why I like the farm. I can be alone. What do you want, Cherish? I want to apologize. I'm sorry for being mean to you and blaming you for this whole thing about the letters." "You're not mad at me anymore?" Favor asked. "I still am, but I shouldn't have been in Bliss's room looking for stuff." Favor passed her a cookie. Cherish took it and munched into it. "Want some help with the meal?" Favor asked. Cherish smiled, and just like that, she and Favor were back to normal. Sister normal, which meant they had problems with each other. But they were sisters, so they'd overlook their differences. Chapter 32. Wilma had hatched a plot to get Levi's old chair back into the house without Levi seeing. During the evening meal, she closed the door between the kitchen and the living room. Then she closed the curtains in the kitchen when everyone was seated. The closing of the curtains was a sign for the others waiting outside that it was safe to switch the chairs. Wilma ate dinner that night, nervously hoping the plan would work. It seemed to be going fine, as she heard nothing from the other room. When the meal was finished, she opened the door and saw that the large, unsightly chair was back in its usual place. She'd tried sitting in the new chair and found it most comfortable, so she'd figured out a new arrangement for the rest of the furniture that made a space for her new best friend chair. The girls all knew what was going on, and when Levi walked into the room, they were close behind, ready to see his reaction. Levi walked to the table near the front door, grabbed his paper, and then headed to his chair. He stopped a few feet before it. He turned around and stared at Wilma. "Wilma, you got it back."
"I did. I happened to find it."
"Thank you." He hurried over and sat in it. "That's better." He closed his eyes and smiled. "This is the most comfortable chair I've ever sat in." He opened his eyes and looked at Wilma again. "Please, don't ever get rid of it."
"Oh, believe me, I won't. Unless you decide that you want the room to look nicer."
He shook his head. "Not if it involves my chair." The girls laughed, and Levi laughed with them. "You were all in on this?" he asked. Bliss said, "We knew you were getting the chair back tonight." "Thank you." Levi opened the paper, and then the girls went back into the kitchen to wash up. Wilma kissed him on the cheek, picked up her knitting, and settled herself into the new chair with a contented sigh. Levi lowered his paper, looked over, and smiled at her, breathing out his own deeply contented sigh. When the girls had finished the kitchen chores, they all gathered in the living room in front of the crackling fire. Debbie brought out a large pot of her apple and cinnamon tea, and what was left of Ada's chocolate cookies. It was a rare evening where everyone was happy. Cherish and Favor had made up, and, strangely, no one was annoyed with anyone. Even Bliss was able to rise above her loss and find joy with her family tonight. Hope and the other 3 older sisters might have left home, but Cherish was going to enjoy this time of togetherness with the remainder of her family, and the new members they'd gathered along the way. Mark and Christina's twins had brought excitement, and Simon had brought new possibilities for her future. Cherish had a suspicion that one day she'd miss these happy family times. Before that day came, her sole mission was to get Adam and Bliss back together. It seemed an impossible task right now, but Cherish knew she could do it, because she was always so good at everything she tried. The end. Thank you for listening to A Heart of Hope, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 24, by Samantha Price. Read for you by Andy Garcia Roos. Copyright 2021 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2021 by Samantha Price.
Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed this audiobook and want more, join my members-only section. You'll get early access to all my audiobooks weeks before they're released here, monthly discounts to my store, and members-only polls where you help me choose characters and shape future books. Your support truly means the world to me and helps me keep creating these stories for you. You'll find the link to join in the bio. You can also find all my audiobooks, paperbacks, and large print editions directly at samanthapriceauthor.com. Until next time, thanks for listening.